What is going on, everybody? How we doing today? As usual, hope we're all doing well as we can be. It is a Saturday night, and we switched our Sunday stream to Saturdays. All right, this is the last time I'm gonna explain it. All right, but it is a Saturday night, so we are doing our Saturday stream, and there are some fights on today. So we're going to be doing a fight companion stream more specifically. It is boxing, so I got to be honest with you. I don't really know what to expect. I love boxing. I love to box, but I'm not a boxing fan. You know, I couldn't tell you anything about the current landscape of the boxing world or anything like that. So, you know, to watch a Canelo fight tonight, I got to be honest with you. The last time I watched a Canelo fight was probably in 2022, I would guess. And it was Canelo versus Triple G. I think it was like the third or fourth time they'd fought. And I was just like, man. This is not fun. It was not a fun watch. I got to be honest with you. And the reason for that is because I feel like boxing suffers from a similar thing that MMA suffers from, where the refinement culture hit it, and it hit it hard. And because of that, people are not fighting to entertain. They are fighting to try and eke out a victory. You know. But I'll save you from the big spiel that I always give. Who am I kidding? I'm going to talk about it at least 5 times tonight, but I'm not going to start off right away with saying that. The reason we're watching this fight, too, is because it's on Netflix. I actually have to get my Netflix up and running. I'm just realizing I completely forgot to do that. I'm staring at a blank screen right now, but I will do that in just a second. First things first, I'm going to say hello to everybody. Excuse me. Hello, Joe Rogers, Sully Time. Yes, indeed, sir. Yes, indeed. What's going on, Neon? What's going on, Smart Moron? All right, and I believe that is everybody who is in the chat right at this second. Going to be a good fight. Excited? Yeah. There's something about this that I feel like maybe it will be a good fight. You know, I don't know. No, not until you take cash. Fuck him. That's oh man. Fuck. I wanted to make a joke, but I couldn't think of one off the top of my head quick enough. Neon. Remember the Chuck Norris jokes from the mid-2000s? Let's just replace them with Scott Sullivan. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I remember some of those. There was, Chuck Norris doesn't do push-ups. He pushes the earth down. Man, I can only watch as long as my 1-year-old daughter likes, so make it kid interesting. Fucking just watched the Mexican UFC card tonight. It was pretty good fights. I just got finished with that myself. Yeah, some of those fights were pretty good fights. I have to say, it's you know, that last fight was a pretty crazy ending. I didn't think Silva got hit by that elbow. I thought he missed and he just fell over, and then Lopez capitalized. But no, he dinged him with the elbow, and that was enough to finish it all. You know, I wasn't too disappointed by the UFC Noche card. The thing that annoys me about UFC Noche or Noche UFC or whatever they call it, it's the same thing that annoys me about when they have a card in Dubai or when they have a card in Macau or something like that. Mexico doesn't really care about MMA like that. They have a couple of MMA guys that made it to the top, you know. But overall, they're still very much a boxing nation. China doesn't really care that much about the UFC. They're starting to care, but they don't care that much about it. And then there's like Saudi Arabia and stuff like that, right? They took a page out of the WWE's book, and I don't think this is an accident, but what they do is they put on cards for emerging markets where they push people who are from that market. Like, they had Mexican dudes who were supposed to do really well tonight, and they did really well, and they're hoping that that will translate into more pay-per-view buys and more people from Mexico getting into MMA so that they can eventually have more Mexican fighters to further try to pursue that Mexican market. Right? Mexican MMA is an emerging market. Chinese MMA is an emerging market. Saudi, like Muslim MMA isn't really a huge thing. Muslims are not into combat sports. Really, they're just not. It's not really their thing. There's a reason why. There's a reason why fucking the United Arab Emirates doesn't have world champion talent coming out of there or anything like that. Right? I don't think they're known for any sports over in Saudi Arabia or anything like that, right? But at the very least, there's oil money over there, so the sheikhs that are interested in combat sports will throw money at them, you know? it's a business move. It's all just a business move. It's just money. That's it. That's all it is, and it is annoying. It's annoying and it's frustrating. It doesn't make it very fun to watch. Yeah, I wanted Silva to win as well. I didn't really I didn't really have a preference. UFC Ireland, nothing but locals fighting in a car park. Yeah, it would be. But that's the thing, is they would never have. I made a joke on Twitter earlier today. I said they would never have UFC Gale. They would never have UFC St. Patrick's Day in Boston or Dublin or another very Irish area of the world or something like that. They would never have that. And that's because they are not interested in the Irish market, because they've essentially captured the Irish market with what's his face, Conor McGregor, and then now they have Paddy Pimblett that they can card out every now and again. Baby, could you throw on Netflix? Yeah, I would have done it, but I got distracted. Have you ever heard of Benny the Jet? What, Benny the Jet Rodriguez? Oh no, yeah, no. I know who you're talking about. Yeah, he was one of those early days American kickboxers that went to Thailand and actually had a little bit of success. Yeah, Benny Urquidez was his name. Benny Urquidez. Yeah, here we are. There's fucking ads on this Netflix thing. And it's not just ads, but there's over 2 minutes of ads at the very least on this Netflix live broadcast. That is disgusting. But at the very least, I suppose we don't have to pay for a whatever it's called, pay-per-view. Excuse me, pay-per-view. All right. Sorry, just looking around. Not a bunch of daggies hugging for once. Yeah. And again, that was a. Oh boy. I don't watch TV anymore. I mean, who watches TV anymore, So we don't have to see these fucking dumbass we don't have to see these dumbass whatever it's called. We don't have to see these dumbass ads and stuff like that. But now it's like, oh great, it's right in my fucking face where I have to see the globo homo bullshit. But yeah. Honestly, I kind of forgot what I was talking about. I'm not going to lie. My voice is still hoarse. I streamed for I think 3.5 to 4 hours last night, late last night. My voice is still hoarse. My throat actually kind of hurts a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I think it's probably because I'm talking too loud for too long. But I guess we'll have to wait and see if I can make it through the whole thing. But oh yeah. I remember what I was talking about. So that's what UFC Noche is. I forget if it's UFC Noche or Noche UFC. Either one. Either way, it's stupid. But they wouldn't have a bunch of Dagestanis hugging their way to victories at Noche UFC because they want to put their best foot forward according to what the Mexican market would consider to be really good fights. And Mexico is not known for their wrestling. Mexico is not known as a wrestling culture. There's 3 or 4 nations in the world that are known for their wrestling. And outside of there, it's if you're going to try and sell the UFC to a certain nation, you're not going to populate a card with a bunch of wrestlers because these people do not care about it. Most forms of wrestling don't actually even have ground game. There's no ground fighting in most forms of wrestling. Most forms of wrestling are just to the takedown, and once somebody gets taken down, that's that. I'm actually going to be taking part in a Shuaijiao competition, which is Chinese jacket wrestling, and it's really cool. It's really interesting, but it says Canelo Alvarez golf balls, plays golf routinely for mental focus. Apparently, I don't know what the fuck is going on here, but what I was saying is Chinese jacket wrestling. It's really interesting. It's really cool. There's a lot of great shit that you'll see in there, but you're just you don't see any ground game. It's to the takedown. So because of that, the Chinese are not exactly known for their grappling prowess outside of some pretty interesting takedowns from time to time. They have really good takedowns, but other than that, it's and even the takedowns are like, well, they're better in certain scenarios. They're not exactly shooting in knee to the ground for the takedown. They're waiting for counterattacks, utilizing takedowns a lot of the time. I don't consider what the Daggies are doing wrestling, to be honest. Yeah, I mean it's like it's I can understand why you would say that, right? Because you have someone like Ankalaev, right, who I believe he's actually Chechen, but I mean it's the fucking same shit. Slavic Muslims, fucking it's all the same. Fucking again, like he fights Alex Pereira last year, and he was actually doing pretty well on the feet. You got to give him the credit. He was outstriking Pereira, but Pereira got started, and all of a sudden you see Ankalaev start to become confounded on the feet. His efforts were confounded, and because of that, he started hugging against the cage. Like that is like wrestling, but only in the most technical of ways. It's wrestling, but only in the most technical of definitions. We didn't see slick takedowns or anything like that. It was stalling. Is what it is. And the thing is, right? What like a revelation that I had about the grappling in the UFC that I think is really fucking stupid is that if you go to a jiu-jitsu tournament and you take someone down and you don't improve position, you just sit there on top of them or in whatever position you happen to be, and you don't do anything, the referee is going to call you for stalling. And I think it's a warning and then a DQ in some rule sets and things like that. If you stall in that way, there will be a penalty. So all these guys who love jiu-jitsu, they love watching the tournaments and things like that, where there is rules based around stalling and timidity. They switch over to MMA where there is no rules about stalling and timidity, and they act like it's the same fucking thing, and it's not. Even jiu-jitsu tournaments want to see action. They want to see like true grit in a certain way. I can sit here and talk all this shit about jiu-jitsu tournaments, and I'd be correct. I'd be 100% correct about what I have to say about them. But at the very least, there's certain rules and certain things that you are not allowed to do because it would make the game just fucking awful. It would suck if you were allowed to do that thing. MMA needs a similar change in the rules that disallow stalling and disallow pointless or useless activity, if it makes sense what I'm saying. What's going on, Cherry Blossom? How you doing? Feeling like a Saturday morning cartoon villain watching two minorities fight. Haha, destroy each other. Yeah. Oh man, it's all right. Canelo's our guy. Canelo's our guy. Canelo could have been my son. Some Irish dude with a bunch of Latinas running around. All of a sudden, a fucking champion boxer pops out with the red hair. I just know you love the topic. I do as well. Yeah, and it's like it just sucks, man. It's just not fun. It makes the sport not fun. And over and above all, this sport should be fun for everybody involved. Win, lose, or draw, you should be having fun with it to a certain degree. Insofar as like, okay, I lost, I'm definitely not happy about that, and I need to go back to the drawing board and figure out what the fuck happened. But I mean, at least I got to live for a second, Like when you are in a fight like that, something happens, and everybody can kind of explain it. Everybody who's been in a fight like that, they kind of understand it, but it's hard to explain. It's hard to explain. They understand, but it's hard to explain. But like I really think you become something more than just a regular human when you're in a fight like that, especially when you're in that like that flow state. Win, lose, or draw, something happens, and you are now reaching a higher plane. You know, it's almost a form of meditation, if you will, right? But even meditation is a bad way to put it. Um, Me, after my first couple of fights, I lost my first fight. I won my second fight. Like, after both of those fights, I had like a fucking breakdown. And not like a mental breakdown, like, like not freaking out, but like literally, it was so hard and so weird for me to have a fight like that and then have to go back to work on Monday. You know, it's a Saturday night. I have my fight. I win or I lose, whatever. Like, I was something more than just a man for a little while. And now I have to go back to being a man who has to go to work and listen to some asshole be like, "Hey, you gotta fucking move this box, or you gotta do this, or you gotta do that." It was like, it's a really weird thing. It's a weird experience. And if you're not careful, you might make a stupid mistake like I did a couple of times. Um, but like, the reason I'm explaining this is because that's what the sport should be. The sport should be something where when you're done with it, you feel like you reached a level that's closer to God, you know? And um the people watching you should kind of also have a similar feel where they should be looking at you and think, "Wow, that guy really like reached a new level." And a lot of the time when I watch fights nowadays, I don't think that way. I'm not like, "Oh, wow, this guy's leaving it all out there. He's really having an experience in there." No, it feels by the numbers. It feels similar to someone playing a video game. It feels like when I play AoE against somebody who like they have this really stupid, weird, sweaty strat figured out. And it's like the dumbest fucking way to fight. It's the dumbest strat to have, but like they use it, you know? If it makes sense. If it makes sense what I'm trying to say, you know? It's something so easy to be fixed. The UFC could if they wanted. Oh yeah, they definitely could, you know? They 1,000,000% could if they wanted to, you know? But they just don't give a shit like that. How you feel about the judge releasing the guy who killed Irina? That judge is guilty of murder and capital punishment should be utilized, you know? They like there is no, oh, it's fucking John John Anik. That was John Anik doing here. But yeah, I mean it's that judge needs to be executed via capital punishment. That judge, not only should they not have a job, they should not have their freedom, they should not have their life. And this is not a call to violence on my part. What it is a call to is holding that judge accountable via the judicial system, right? And the judicial system should immediately put that person in an electric chair or firing squad or whatever, you know? That judge is just as guilty of the murder as fucking DeQuavius or whatever his name was, you know? Um, it's just terrible, man. It's just fucking terrible, you know? I was talking to my wife, right? And Bolsonaro over in Brazil, he got convicted. I don't know if he's actually going to do prison time. You know, my wife said she thinks he will because Lula did prison time as well. And he actually went to prison. For those of you that don't know, the courts in Brazil rule the country. It's not the president, it's the courts. That's why Lula got elected in the first place. Because actually, what happened is Lula was president. He got convicted on some kind of corruption charges, and he got put in prison for a couple of years. And when Bolsonaro got elected, the Supreme Court of Brazil, which is an unelected body, by the way, they decided to release Lula to maybe did they pardon him or did they just say actually we were wrong, he's innocent,
No, he wasn't declared innocent. They say there was the judge was suspicious, and there was evidence there was bullshit.
Yeah. So they released him on a technicality that I guarantee you couldn't even have been proved that there was like anything suspicious about that judge or anything like that. They just said it, and because they're the highest court in the nation and they're holding the nation hostage, it's like, well, there's nobody to say no, you know. So they released Lula, and then they allowed him because it was they had to release him, and then they had to certify that he was okay to run for office again, right? So that's how we ended up in the situation that's how the Brazilians ended up in the situation that they're in now, with Lula as president and Bolsonaro as a dude who is going to spend time in prison, most likely a Brazilian prison, right? It's because the Brazilian nation is ruled by their courts, and if we are not already in the same position, which we very well could be, we will be in the same position. And you're seeing it at the lower levels of the judicial system right now, because that's the way that entryism works, is you fill any and all positions that you're able to fill with your guys. That way, only they can move up the ranks. If there's 10 positions to fill, you try to get at least 8 or 9 of them to be your guys. That way, the chances of one of your guys getting elected to a better position, getting promoted, getting installed, whatever it happens to be, is as high as it possibly can be. And then eventually, what's it called? Like, eventually, in 10, 15, 20 or more years, the people in the highest court, the people in the highest position, the people who run or own or whatever, it's only your guys. Because, I mean, there was only one guy who was not your guy, and chances are there was a feedback loop, much like the way Indians hire, where one of them ends up in the HR department, and all of a sudden your fucking company looks like Hyperbad. Looks like fucking Calcutta in there, you know? Fucking, it ends up being a similar position. It ends up being a similar spot, you know? And it's disgusting, you know? It's just awful. No, I'm saying he is released now to a mental hospital. Really now? Really now? I mean, I guess I shouldn't be surprised. I can't believe I'm saying it, but I hope the feds step in. I'm not a boy, I hope the federal government does something about this kind of guy. But it's very clear that the only thing we can hope for is that the federal government will do something about this. It's very, very clear that that's the only option that we have, you know? So, I guess we gotta hope that fucking, Cash, the Berserker Patel, fucking Cash a true Patel. We gotta hope that he fucking, we gotta hope that he does something, you know? Bolsonaro got stabbed in the street. I remember that happening. Yeah, that's pretty crazy. John Anik once brought up that both fighters were involved in custody battles for their children. Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Oh, damn. So there's a yeah, so they're setting up for the first fight right now. It's some Saudi guy who is definitely meant to win versus a guy who they straight up are saying like, "Hey, this is his last fight before he ships out for basic training for the military." His career didn't go that well. So there's an A-B side, as there always is. And since this is, again, it's the exact thing that I talk about with why I don't trust the Saudis or any Middle Easterners in the fight game, where they're trying to set up Muslim stars who, mind you, have to leave the Muslim world to get the training that they want and need. Because nobody in the Muslim world knows how to fucking box. You know, it's funny to me that that's the way that it goes. But Odin has no H-1B visa program. Yeah, Natalia's is terrible. Is this boxing? Or, yeah, we're watching boxing right now. You know, this, I like, this is the thing about the boxing is that I never 100% know what to expect. Specifically with these guys that are here. Wow, there is nobody in this stadium right now. There is nobody in this fucking stadium. That is pretty crazy. Sorry, just looking around right now. Yeah, man, that was something crazy. Like, I figure we're gonna talk a little bit about Charlie Kirk today. It's just I don't want to milk the Charlie Kirk situation. I feel that would be wrong. I was not a big fan of Charlie Kirk. We know what we have to do now, which is take down as much of the left as we can. We have to dismantle them to whatever extent we can dismantle them. And you know, like, I don't think I need to constantly, like, every day or every other day have a stream that's like Charlie Kirk updates, you know. But that was crazy seeing Cash Patel be like, we have the helm or whatever it was. See you in Valhalla, brother. It's like this is a Protestant Christian. This is a Christian man you're talking about Valhalla to. Fucking you might as well have said see you in Sheol, brother. I'll see you in Sheol, brother. Rest in peace, brother. I'll see you in Sheol. It's like, holy fuck, man. Yo, what's going on, Peach Boy Official? Where did you see Noche UFC? Yeah, I did. Fights weren't that bad. I gotta say, I was pretty happy with you know, I was pretty happy with them. You know, I don't think those fights were bad. What about you, baby? Yeah, they weren't terrible tonight. You know, I'll give them that. I'll give them that. Sucks Rob Font lost. I never like to see a never like to see a hometown guy lose, but you know, he is getting old. He's what, like, probably like 36, 37, somewhere around there, you know. I remember when he first ended up in the UFC, he was actually training. Peach Boy Official, thank you for the $2. I can smell Cash Patel from here. Yep. Oh yeah, that's why he's the chief, is because he was the smelliest. That's the way that they do it, you know. You got to take a giant shit on a sidewalk, and whoever has the heavier shit, that's how they determine caste. I was glad Diego Lopez won that. The other guy kind of sucks. Also, W Brazil says Natalia. Yeah. I don't know that much about either of them. I know Diego Lopez is known for his jiu-jitsu. He's pretty good with his jiu-jitsu. With Silva, was it Jan Silva or something like that?
Yeah.
Huh?
Jan.
Jean?
Yeah, that's how we say it.
Well, you guys say it wrong.
No.
Nah, but with Silva, I really don't know that much about him other than he was like part of the fighting nerds, and like that was. Look, I don't want to be the guy to be like, dude, don't fucking do shit. Don't have personality. Don't have like don't be fucking like coming up with angles and gimmicks and stuff like that, dude. It's stupid. I don't want to be the guy to do that. But again, that's something else I was talking about with the wife, is like the fight nerds thing is so stupid. The dumbass glasses with the tape on them, it's fucking the worst. And the way they introduced that like concept, that faction, whatever you will call it, was just it was just the dumbest. It was so stupid, you know. You have I think it was Caio Borralho who's like, we are the fighting nerds. If you see these glasses, we are the fight nerds. And it was just like, wow, that was you didn't have the aura you thought you did there, bud, you know. And then he gets Joe Rogan to put on one of the pairs of glasses, and he's like, you are now a fighting nerd. It's like, get out of here, you know? It's just a little quirked up. Yeah. Yeah, you see that they literally have to be like, is that fucking Jason Statham next to him? That looked like Jason Statham sitting right next to him. But yeah, they have to say thank you to fucking Turkey Al Sheikh. It's like, when did they ever say thanks to Don King? Not that that guy deserves thanks, but it's like I don't know. Maybe I just don't pay attention. But I never saw them say thank you to like a sponsor like that before. I always found that to be not. I didn't find it to be anything because it didn't happen. You know. I just find that to be a little weird. It's a little strange and very annoying and stupid. You know. All right. So these guys are lightweight. 10-round fight. This is a 10-rounder right here. Every click on that like button gets Scott Sullivan one step closer to that spicy Indian sponsor deal. Smash the upvote, tap the heart, or you're leaving us stuck in no sponsor land. Yes, I appreciate that, Neon. I appreciate that. Anybody who happens to be here, I would appreciate a like. Also, if you could share this to somewhere you feel it would be appropriate to share it, I would also appreciate that too. I'm slowly getting back into putting a little bit more thought, effort, and energy into my streams and stuff like that. Actually, for the last couple of Fridays, I had a stream that I wanted to do that for one reason or another I just could not get to. You know, maybe next Friday we'll see. But yeah. Scott, what do you think about the people moralizing about age gaps between adults these days? Like, if a 40-year-old celebrity dated a 21-year-old woman, legal is legal. Shut the fuck up. That's my thought on it. Is like, look, like, legal is legal. As long as there's no weird, like, I'm just waiting for her 18th birthday type shit, I don't care. As like, am I saying it's always like a good thing? No, not necessarily, you know. Because like 18 years old is it's not as arbitrary as people might think, but it is a little bit of an arbitrary. It is a little bit of an arbitrary age. Like, you can still be like, they say your brain doesn't fully develop until you're 25 or 26 or something like that. You know. All right, so here's the start of the fight. We got Alakel in green and Crawford in white. Excuse me. There's a jab cross followed by a jab from Alakel. But yeah, overall, like, it's just like, man, like, adults are gonna do whatever the hell they want. Just let them do what they want, you know. And the only people who get upset about that kind of thing are the types of people who are, the only people who get upset about that type of thing are people who feel threatened or insulted by it, you know. That's why, like, 30-year-old women are getting mad about it right now, you know. It's and also, like, it's 30-year-old women and it's 21-year-old men is what it is, you know. I remember like, and this is just something that happens. Like, a lot of women, not all of them, but a lot of women out there will experiment with dudes that are like a lot older than them. Because I mean, when you're 19, 20, 21 years old, what do you have? You don't have shit that your parents didn't give to you, you know. You go away to college, and yeah, sure, you're at college and you have all this freedom and stuff like that, and maybe you got a car, but like, you can't get alcohol on your own when you're 18, 19, 20, and a lot of 18, 19, 20-year-old women want alcohol. So they'll, it's real easy for them to see a dude who's like 26, 27, or even older than that and be like, oh, okay, yeah, sure, I'll go after him, you know? I do think there's a piece of it that's kind of predatory on both sides, or if not predatory, then it's opportunistic in a way that is not necessarily like savory. It's a little bit unsavory, right? And it's a both sides thing, you know. But like, it's whatever, you know. Everybody's a consenting adult. What more do you want, you know? I groomed Scott and we have an age gap. Yep. Yeah. I remember the days. Ooh, that was a hard shot from Alakel. A hard body shot, you know, just below where the liver is. So these guys are a little, these guys are lighter weight, so because of that, they're a little, they're on the quick side. But you can see there's a little bit of power specifically behind Alakel. I mean, he's the A side of this. He's the one who's supposed to get over. So naturally, he's gonna come out and he's gonna be a little bit better off right out the gate. We got 17 seconds left in this first round. If there is an abuse or exploitation happening, it's okay, but I get why it's kind of creepy. Yeah, and like the thing is, like, there's nothing wrong with creepy. Like creepy in and of itself is just creepy. It's not predatory. It's not something that you like have to worry about in terms of like, oh, dude, somebody might be getting hurt or something like that, right? Creepy people can do some bad things, right? But like, just because you don't 100% agree with something, it doesn't mean that it's bad in and of itself, you know. And that's the thing that you have to realize. You know, um, fuck. I was gonna say something else. You know, I was gonna say something else. There are also cases where young, attractive women can take advantage of desperate old men. Oh yeah, the 100% McGee videos, and that's what I was talking about with like it's predatory on both sides. Again, I don't even think predatory is like the way that I want to describe it, but it's just the easiest word for me to spit out right this second. But like young women um will manipulate and they will use their young woman charm to try and get over on dudes that are older than them and they're lonely and stuff like that, you know? Nice check hook from Alakel. Ooh, jab cross from Alakel. Looks like it landed. Another cross lands up the middle from Alakel. So Crawford going to the body, then the head. The body shots are landing for Crawford, you know. Crawford's going to have to make it a street fight if he wants to win this, you know. Alakel is a little bit too quick for him on the outside. He needs to move in. He needs to use his head movement to get in, and he needs to fight from the inside. I think Alakel might also be a little bit taller than him too. I'm not 100% sure, you know. But regardless, like from the outside, Crawford is not really getting over the way he needs to. An exchange in there. They both kind of tagged each other a little bit. Nice 4 or even 5 shot combo from Alakel a second ago as well. Is that literally Jason Statham? I asked the same thing. The dude sitting next to Turkey Al Sheikh. Wouldn't surprise me if it was. Ooh, that was a nice uppercut. I don't know if it landed from Alakel. So Alakel against the ropes right now. Naturally, I want to see Crawford win, but I don't think he's going to just because he's not supposed to, you know. But Crawford is doing a good job at walking him down, and he's also trying to counterattack a little bit too, you know. He's trying to find holes and stuff like that. Alakel is still kind of outpacing him to a certain degree, but I like that he's walking him down a little bit more now, you know. Crawford shoves Alakel back and tries to go for an overhand right, but it doesn't quite land. It balances out if you consider the fact that women mature faster. Women mature faster physically, but overall, I think they kind of top off mentally at a certain point. If I'm just being honest with you, you know, and it's not their fault. It's just that they're not built to be the way men are mentally, you know. But like the way that they tend to be is they tend to be scheming a lot of the time, you know. And again, not all, fine, whatever. But like women learn, oh, I can get what I want and I don't have to listen to anybody because I can do whatever I want. And even if I hurt somebody or destroy something or if I end up in a bad spot, somebody will come to bail me out. Someone will be like, you crazy kid, haha, get out of here, you know? And that's where you get situations where like women, especially in the UK, this happens. They'll stab their partners, not even in like self-defense. They won't even try and claim self-defense. They'll be like, oi, he pissed me off. Oi, he made me mad. He made me mad. They'll just be like that, and the judge will be like, oi, that's all right then, innit? Get on out of here. You know, it's so crazy. Maybe women are more prone to certain types of personality disorder. Oh yeah, I think they're prone to narcissistic personality disorder. And I think that is provable via empiricism because, I mean, just look at the way that they're raised, look at the way that they're taught to be. They are naturally more given to narcissism, but it's a man bites dog situation where People will claim that that men are narcissists more often than women. But I think that's just, again, a dog bites man, man bites dog situation. We expect women to be narcissistic, so we don't consider the fact that they are raised to be narcissists today. You know, it's just a water's wet situation, so we don't think anything is weird about it. So we don't count those fucking statistics. We don't get these women tested in the first place, and then we don't count the statistics. But then when there's a narcissistic guy, everyone's like, whoa, 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 hey, that guy cares about himself? Whoa, that's weird. We should get this guy tested, and then he gets diagnosed with narcissistic personality disorder, you know? So that either means, one, women are narcissists by nature, and that narcissism is just basically like BPD, where it's just when a woman is not told to shut up enough, right? Or sorry, I'm getting distracted by the fight. The fight's distracting me. The reason we're here tonight is distracting me. No, but like, it begs the question of whether narcissism is just women who have not been told to shut up enough, much in the way that BPD is, or if it's a situation where women are just naturally, and they are just taught more. They're naturally more narcissistic, and then they're told, hey, you should let that fester. You know, it begs that kind of question. But anyway, I'll be honest with you. I don't really care that much about this fight. I don't even think it's a bad fight, but it's just like, I don't know these guys. I don't care about these guys. I know that it's bullshit. I know that Alakel is meant to win, you know. So we're gonna have to just fucking wait and see, you know. Alakel picking his shots, you know. Ooh. If you had Letty's eyes so you could focus on the chat and fight at the same time, dude, if only. If only. I can't blame Americans for being obese. That ad got me hungry as fuck. Yeah, oh yeah. I've never had Jack in the Box before. You know, I've had Hardee's. I've had Arby's. But like, there's nothing good up here. It's just the big three or the big four. You have McDonald's, Wendy's, Burger King. You know, you got Dunks, right? Other than that, you don't have anything interesting. You know, like, you don't have Cookout. I had Cheerwine for the first time at Cookout. Really good cherry soda. Really good cherry cola. I really enjoy it. You have I had fuck, what did I have? Oh yeah, Hardee's again. Like, I liked their shakes. They have actual chicken tenders there too, like real actual chicken tenders. I liked that. You know? We don't get that shit around here though. Are these guys particularly good at boxing? Literally can't tell new to boxing. Yeah, they're pretty good. They're pretty good, you know. They're fighting in different ways, you know. Alakel, I believe his name is. He's good at a longer range. You know, he's a little bit crisper. He's a little bit quicker. He's a little bit more accurate. He can pick his shots a little bit better. The other dude, Crawford, he is not bad either. He is just getting sniped from that long range, which is part of the reason why he's losing. And if he could move in on Alakel, if he could get inside, he could, like I said, turn it into a street fight, and it would work out very well for him, you know? This is oh no, this is in Las Vegas. I was like, huh, that's funny. This looks a lot like an American town. It's funny how those guys, it's funny how those Saudis, it's funny how those Saudis set up their towns to almost look like American towns. That's weird. I never expected that. A lot of women are schemers. Oh yeah, 100%, you know. They're schemers, and then they try and turn around and act like you're the bad guy for noticing the scheme. And that's the thing about it that really is like, that's what'll make you really frustrated about it. It's like, all right, If you're going to be a schemer, at least admit, yeah, I'm a schemer. I'm a bit of a piece of shit. Don't try and gaslight me after the fact and be like, oh, well, actually, it's not that bad. Or actually, you deserved it. Actually, you're overreacting. It's ooh, that was a nice hook on the way in from Alakel. Alakel threw that check hook and smacked Crawford right upside the head. That was nice. Swing and a miss from Alakel. Yeah, the one of the analysts said it's 3-0 Alakel. Yeah, I'd pretty much agree with that. Round 2 was Crawford's best round, and he still was kind of getting pieced up here and there. Ooh, Crawford bobs and weaves, and then he threw a what looked like an uppercut to the fucking head, not the head, the body, excuse me, rear uppercut to the body. You see, like, I talk every now and again about how metas define sports, and the thing is, Crawford needs to be fighting like an old-time boxer. He needs to be leading with his head. He needs to have head movement. He needs to move forward with the head movement, right? But unfortunately, people don't fight like that anymore, and because of that, people get, unless you are the quickest, unless you are the longest, you will lose, and that's this situation right here. You're seeing Crawford try and use a little bit of head movement here and there, but he's not going first. He's not, like, you can see that he's a little bit stuck in the mud with it. I like the idea. It's just he's got to be more aggressive. He needs that forward pressure. You don't have forward pressure fighters anymore, and because of that, boxing is a little bit less entertaining, if I'm just being honest with you. But even outside of that, we're in a situation where dudes are like losing and they don't know why they're losing. It's like you don't if somebody's faster than you, you don't fight their fight. You have to fight your fight. Wait, so this whole promotion for just this one fight? No. You see, this fight right here. So the way fight cards work, Natalia, is there's multiple fights on a card. It can range from anywhere between like 3 or 4 fights all the way to like 10 or 15, right? Depending on the size and the scope of the whatever it's called, the thing with the stuff, the promotion, excuse me, the promotion. I don't know how many fights are on this card. I actually should figure that out. That way I know. But this is the first fight of the night, and it is going to lead into other fights, right? These fights are like it's almost like the opening act. These are the opening acts for what is going to be the guy that you actually went there to see. But let's see here. I'm curious. I'm curious. Cuando yo te pongo al revés, mami quiere que sin ropa te ves. Mechiflix. They don't have a fucking. I figured Netflix would have the fight card, but it doesn't have it. All right, so we're seeing Alakel start. He's throwing with a little more pop on his punches now. You can see he's a little more aggressive. He's trying to throw a little bit more into him. He's got a nice jab that he's hiding behind right now. Ooh, that was a nice counter jab from Alakel as well. A cross followed by a hook. Ooh, that was a nice rear hook followed by an uppercut that both seem to make their mark. Again, you see Crawford is just standing there, no head movement, and because of that, he's a sitting duck. He's an easy target for Alakel, who's sniping him from out. If he moved his head a little bit more, if he was moving forward with bobbing and weaving and slipping, right, it would be a lot easier for him to get over in the way that he wants to. But he's not doing that because that's considered to be like a fucking sin by the modern standards of boxing for some reason. It's just stupid to hear people who are at the top of the game who have no clue what they're fucking talking about. And I don't mean that like, they're dumb and they don't know how to box. What I mean is they only know how to box one way. And because of that, they send dudes into fights and they just get beat up. And that's it. And they become journeymen, which is what Crawford is. He's a journeyman. He's a moving punching bag that will sometimes return fire that Alakel is being put up against to make him look good, you know? Um um Yeah, so they had a prelim card at 5 p.m. So there were even more fights before this. Um, hmm, interesting. It says lightweight Mohammed Alakel defeated Travis Crawford. We're literally in the middle. We're 5 out of 10 rounds into this fight right now, but the AI response that I got from right, I don't know how well you can see it, but it's the one on bottom. It's right here, right? You can kind of see it a little bit, right? But we're only halfway through this fight. There's been no knockdowns. There's obviously not been a knockout. The fifth round just ended, and the AI response is already telling me that the AI response is already telling me that it's that he lost. That's funny. That's interesting. I'm wondering if there was some kind of a. I'm wondering if there was some kind of a. Nice slapping hook there. I was gonna say I'm wondering if there was some kind of a delay on this or something like that. I would assume that's what it is. You know, I would guess. Okay, so we have yes the preliminary card. This might be the last fight before the main card. This might be the last fight before the main card. Um, Dude, I can't just find a fucking poster. I can't just find a fucking poster. It's got to give me a disjointed explanation of who's on the card. All right, this looks like it might be it. I don't know. I don't know. Let's fucking see. Oh my gosh, dude. Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? This is what I like. Canelo Crawford card. Okay. I don't even know, man. I can't tell if this is the last fight before the co-main. I I I fucking hate how hard it is to find information on anything today. If you want info on anything, you have to Google it and hope that there is somebody there who was like, "Hey, let's make this easy to find." And if not, then you have to go to Reddit or you have to go to a website that's not going to give you the information that you actually want. And because of this, I'm not even sure. I'm looking at a fight card right now, And the fight that we are on right now, Alakel versus Crawford, it looks like it's implying that, again, I don't think you can even see, but this fight right here, these guys right here. So it looks like it's implying that this is the last fight on the prelims or whatever it happens to be. And the co-main is coming next. I'm not sure though. I'm not fucking sure. All I know is it's really, really annoying. All right, okay. All right. I think I have it. I think I fucking have it. Finally, I think I have it. It appears as though it is Alakel versus Crawford, which is where we're at right now. We're round 6 of 10 in Alakel versus Crawford. The 6th round just came to an end. The next one is going to be Mbili, very French name. Apparently that's where he's from, is France, versus Martinez. And then after that, it's going to be Callum Walsh versus Vargas Jr., and then it is Alvarez versus Crawford. So that appears to be the situation. I don't know. I don't know why information has to be that hard to get now. I don't know why everybody has to put their own spin on it, has to put their own little fucking bullshit on it to make it harder for you to understand what the hell's going on, you know? It's like, fuck, man. Scott, what percentage of girls with tattoos have BPD? 100%. Fucking, there's 2 more fights after this and then Maine. Yes. I just figured that out myself. Thank you very much for confirming, though, smart moron. I appreciate it, man. It's probably reading all the people on Twitter making predictions and thinks that's what actually happened. That was my thought too, smart moron. I was like, oh, interesting. You know, I'll bet people are like, oh, dude, fucking Alakel's winning. All right, so we are in round 7 of 10. Okay, Alakel coming out with a 3-piece followed by a jab. We have Crawford, who made his way inside, started pitter-pattering to the body, and then he went up to the head, but it didn't really land. Crawford trying to get in. He's actually not doing a bad job of it, but again, his head movement is a little too predictable. He's going to have a little bit of success in the beginning of this round, but he's going to start getting picked apart again because his head movement is too... It's just too easy to see coming. He's dipping down like this to try and close a little bit of distance, and it's not working out for him very well, I mean, it worked out a little bit a second ago. Oh, that was a nice left hook from Alakel. Traded jabs there. Then Crawford goes with a cross and then a jab. Been some punches exchanged since then. Ooh, that was nice from Crawford. Crawford tried to peel the guard and throw a hook, but he didn't quite land there. It was still cool to see, though. I like seeing schoolyard bullshit like that. It's nice, Canelo versus Crawford? Nah, give me Burt versus Tony. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Again, like, I'm just not that interested in this fight, so it's just like, whatever, Fucking damn it, dude. I'm tight. I'm tight right now. That stressed me out trying to find out how much time we had, how many fights we had, and then I dropped my phone. I just want to fucking put a hole in my shit right now. But yeah, like, as somebody who knows how the sausage is made, I'm just not that interested because I already know the outcome, It's not like a situation where one of them is just a little bit better, and because of that, it wouldn't surprise me if this guy wins, but the other guy definitely has a real chance. No, this is the exact same kind of shit that I talk about all the time with dudes that are. It's the same shit I talk about all the time where dudes are given easy fights, and it's just gross. What is on your chair, Scott? Oh yeah, I forget if you were here the other week, Neon, but I went to a Red Sox game with the wife, and it was Brazil Day. It was Brazil Day, so I got a jersey. They gave these away for free at Brazil Day. The ones from 2024 were better though because they actually had the Brazil flag in the numbers. It was one of those things. I thought that was really cool. But yeah, it was something to celebrate. Something really good happened. I'll tell you guys about it. In a couple of weeks when it's all over and it's all in the rear view. It's good stuff. It's not bad stuff. It's really good stuff. But I'm just I don't feel like talking about it until everything is like all set. Um, Google AI is so bad too. LOL. Yeah, yeah. So, jab to the body, followed by a looping right hand from Alakel. Jab landed, right hand didn't. Couple of punches from Alakel got slipped, returned, but Alakel was able to stop it. See, that's the thing is like Crawford has his best moments when he's able to use his head movement and then attack off of it. But the thing is, he's still not doing enough. Like he's attacking off of the head movement, but Alakel is still able to stop it. He's able to stop anything from happening. Um, it's just not good. Like I said, he needs to turn it into a street fight, and a street fight is not just fucking duck and then throw. It's constant pressure, constant movement, putting yourself into the deep pocket because there's actually some safety to be found there if you know what you're doing. And it's just relentless. Crawford is simply not relentless right now. Hey, friendly fire, I have tattoos and I do not have BPD, says Natalia. Yeah, sure you don't. Sure you don't. Oh, what's going on, Patriots fan 2020? I didn't see you until a second ago. I apologize for not saying hello. That's weird. You're in one of my chats, but you're not in the other chat. Oh no, I see you. I see you. I see you. I see you. Um, man, yeah, like this Charlie Kirk thing has me wanting to take part in like online shit again though, where it's like, oh hey, this person said some mean stuff, like we should call their fucking place of work. Like it has me wanting to do that again. I'm activated. I've been activated. I've been activated. Activation word, activation phrase. Ronald McDonald. Um, and I think you should too. I think there's room for anonymous action like that, where if you have a Twitter and you see somebody say, "Hey, this guy was like laughing about Charlie Kirk's death," you fucking call up their place. He needs to turn it into Street Fighter and start throwing Hadoukens. Exactly is what he needs to do. Hadouken. Oh, excuse me. We got Canelo Alvarez entering the building. Our boy. our what did they call the higher caste in Mexican culture? Was that the castizo or some shit like that? What did they call the upper caste in Mexican colonial culture? I'm just curious. The casta, mixed race people of Spanish and Portuguese colonial regions. Ah, okay. Um, Mexican and colonial culture, the upper caste was primarily composed of the individuals born in Spain, known as peninsulares. They held the highest social standing and were granted the most significant rights and privileges, including access to the highest administrative and ecclesiastical positions, land ownership, and political power. Below them in the hierarchy were the criollos, criollos, or Creoles, who were people of Spanish descent born in the Americas. While they were considered white and held considerable economic influence, they were often discriminated against by the peninsulares, who were generally excluded from the highest levels of government. The term castizo referred to the individuals with three-quarters European ancestry, representing a further refinement within the hierarchy, though they were still considered part of the broader elite. Ah, okay. All right. Boxing has always been 100% fixed. Yeah, like it's there's always been somebody who wants to take advantage of it, you know? There's always somebody who's taking advantage of something, even if the guys in the ring don't know. You see, this is what the dude needs. Crawford needs to be pushing fucking Alakel up against the ropes, not letting him move, not letting him work, you know? But yeah, even if the fighters aren't aware of it, a lot of the ooh, that was a nice hook from Alakel. A lot of the outcomes are a foregone conclusion, you know? Ooh, excuse me. Oh man. Hold on. Ooh, that was a nice shot from Crawford. You see, Alakel, you can tell Alakel's tired. You know, he's been the more active one. He's been throwing more, but he's also been landing more, and because of that, he's starting to lose some of that gas tank. Apparently, this is the first time he's ever fought in a 10-round fight. You know, so you can see that the forward pressure is starting to work from Crawford. You know, he don't. But that's the thing is like, ooh, that was a nice jab cross there. Ooh, that was a nice hook cross combo from Alakel. Ooh, that was a nice short right followed by another one. Ooh, okay. That was a nice three-piece from Crawford at the very end. Like he should have been doing this from the get-go. He should have been pushing him. He should have been cutting off the ring. He should have been getting inside using wrestling, you know? There's upper body wrestling that can and will be utilized by somebody who is a forward pressure fighter that it's hard for the referee to do anything about, you know? Excuse me. You know, like I'd love to see a late knockout from Crawford because I don't want to see Alakel win because I don't want like Alakel is exactly what I was talking about on Twitter a while ago when I made a tweet. It got like I think like 10,000 views or something like that. Like a lot for me, but not a lot in the grand scheme of things. But I talked about how I am skeptical of the Saudis' role in combat sports for all the reasons that I always talk about. But one of the predictions that I made was that you're going to start to see Muslim fighters who are coming in and they win and they seem unbeatable. And you're going to wonder what the hell happened, where all these dudes came from. It's because, one, they go to Britain or other places and they get boxing training, right? But then in addition to that, they're being given sweetheart deals. They're being given situations where they're fighting dudes that they are supposed to beat the fuck out of, you know? These guys are astroturfed. They're not real champs. They're not real contenders. They're barely even real fighters, given the talent that they've fought, you know? Fucking, so like, I don't want to see Alakel win. I don't want to see Daddy's boy win. You know, fuck that. Um, Dang, that's a shame. I've seen some lawyers on LawTube discussing ways to take action, like submitting OSHA violations if you have credible complaints. Is my I feel my stream must be really behind because I'm talking about things and then 5 minutes later you guys appear to like respond to them. You know? There must be something up with my stream where it's like really fucking behind or something like that. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I mean, on my end, it's pretty much okay. You know, like I just tested on my end with my stream. It seems like it's all good. I don't know what's going on, but like you guys are really far behind in the chat. You know. So again, we have a little bit more Crawford pressuring. There's a little bit over a minute 15 left. There's a nice flurry from what's his face, Alakel. You know. Ooh. He's trying to throw big shots on the inside, meaning Crawford. Crawford needs to make his shots a little more compact, you know? He needs to tighten them up a little bit more. I know he's tired. Like, that's really what it is that he's tired, and he's also feeling the pressure. He's like, fuck, I have to knock this guy out or else I lose, you know? So, like, he's really trying to load up and throw hard shots, you know? You see Alakel you see Alakel trying his best to you know, burn time with that hold. Nice right hook from Crawford, mostly defended. So we got 10 seconds left in the fight. Random Dandy's World Fan. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm supposed to be doing right now. But this first fight, I just was like, I was all over the place. You know, I didn't have too much. I didn't have too much interest in it. You know, but like, if you want to watch it, it's on Netflix. You can watch it on Netflix. There's of course there's fucking commercials now. You know, what a surprise. It's been funny watching Fox News Fed posting the last few days, dude. That is one thing that I find really funny is to see all these dudes who are like, "This is war. We're coming for you. This is war. We're gonna get you guys. We're coming for you." That is pretty funny, you know. That bad? Yeah. I mean, the fight itself wasn't terrible. The fight itself wasn't terrible. I'm just not interested in it because it's two random dudes that I will never care about ever under any circumstances, for one thing. But then in addition to that, it's like I said, this was a fix. That we need to start referring to these kinds of fights, these fights as fixes. People are fixing fights, you know? Um, I think the word fix is perfectly reasonable to use in a situation where a journeyman is told, "Hey, come on down. We're gonna have you fight this guy who is a lot better and a lot more prepared than you are." You know? Can you hand me that bag right there too, baby? Thank you. I love you. Hold on one sec. I gotta. Oh man. Oh, what the fuck? I think I inhaled some hair or something. Yeah, this dude is 6-0 as a professional. You know, this dude's 6-0 as a professional, and he's already on a card. This like 6-0 as a professional is absolutely fucking nothing. You are nobody. You are a puke. You are not considered worthwhile in any way until you start getting into the like 30-0 range, right? Before then, you're nobody. You don't matter. You know, this guy who was 5-0 before this win, he only got on there because of Muslim relations. That's literally it. That's the only reason why. It's just Muslim relations. It's nepotism. Fucking Islamic nepotism. And again, he's given a dude that he was meant to be able to beat easily, and he did beat him fairly easily. You know, those last couple of rounds were pretty tough for him. But it's just so gross to see what boxing is, you know? So gross to see what it's become. So I'm gonna mow down on some cake real quick. And again, there's more dick sucking for turkey a la shake, you know? Drinking milk straight out of the fucking thing. Anyway, that's what happens when your wife doesn't like milk. You can just be like, whatever, fuck it. Man. Jeez. Oil, money, and connections. Yes, that's exactly why that guy ended up on there. Is because Turkey Al Sheikh was like, hey, do you know what? Hello, sir. I am Turkey Al Sheikh. I am a Saudi oil baron. Fucking, he was like, do you know what would be really nice if you put a fellow Muslim on the card? So that's why that kid ended up on the card, you know? I'd rather see Hispanics versus Muslims in who can have more kids competition. Neither of them know what contraceptive is. Yeah. Saudis love that Netflix money, I'm sure. Yeah, I'll bet they do. All right, so yeah, we have Christian Mbili versus some other guy. He's actually French Canadian, I believe, is what he is. So versus Lester Martinez, who I believe is Argentinian. He's Argentine. I believe that's what he is. So we have a title on the line, apparently. I heard Saudis are moving into gaming as well. Oh boy, I can only imagine. I can only fucking imagine, dude. Let's fucking go, Quebecois guy. Are you a Quebecois? Are you one of them Quebecois, Natalia? Is that what you are? they have like it's either a beer or some kind of a yeah, it's either an energy drink or like a fucking beer or something like that. They made VMC. Oh boy. Oh, your dad is Quebecois. Interesting. Interesting. They say the problem with Canada is that half of you guys speak French and the other half lets them. The Saudis have been in gaming. It's gone exactly how you'd expect. Downhill, less integrity, more cheating, skins, gambling. Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sure. In certain cultures, there is no love. In certain cultures, there is no love, and what I mean by that is when you see an art form, when you see a medium created, there is no love in it. It's just, how can I make money off of it? I'm not one of those people. Like, if there's one thing I can't stand, it's dickhead artists who are like, without art, life would be so much more dull. And it's like, yeah, but it's not. That's not the same as like without electricity, life would be harder. Those are two different things, right? But they want to try and make it sound like art, specifically their kind of art, is like what you need in your life or something like that. When in reality, like, you don't need artists like that. It's not that important that you have artists around and stuff like that. Excuse me. And I find it really annoying, but I would rather live in a society where people appreciate art and they want to make it, and there's a touch of love in that art and things like that. That's what I want. Over and above all, when it comes to video games, when it comes to music, when it comes to movies and stuff like that, someone somewhere along the line who has decision-making capabilities has to be like cool with has to be cool with like art being made with love. They have to be making it with love is what I really mean. Muslims don't have that. They just don't have they don't love anything about the arts. And it is really bad having to listen to them or deal with them in any way that is like relating to anything like, say, video games and stuff like that. It just sucks. Are you a fan of boxing these days? I gave up on boxing as soon as Tyson boxed a Paul brother. That's a lie. I gave up before that. I grew up watching Tyson, then he munched Holyfield's ear for headbutting. Excuse me. I mean, I don't think there's ever been a time in my life where I was really that interested in boxing from a fan perspective. I was always someone who enjoyed doing it. I loved doing it. I loved being in the gym environment. I loved watching fights and stuff like that. But the idea of like, oh, I know who this guy is and I care about him enough to follow him in his career and stuff like that, it's like, nah. Like, the only people I know on this card are Terrence Crawford and Canelo Alvarez. And the only one that I've actually seen fight is Canelo Alvarez. That's it, We're mainly doing this because it's on Netflix and it's a pretty big card. There's a lot of buzz around this card. So I figured, you know what? Fuck it. We'll do a boxing card. But truthfully, so far, I'm kind of regretting it. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm not exactly doing as much commentary as I typically would. I'm not as dialed in, you know. I'm talking about whatever I feel like talking about. I'm answering you guys in the middle, you know. Um, oh, excuse me. But yeah, you know, like really, he's walking out to Bandolero. Bandolero que voy. Anyway, but yeah, it's like maybe this fight, maybe some other fights and stuff like that will be better, you know? I don't know. We'll see. But overall, yeah, if I'm just being honest with you, I'm not exactly what you would call a boxing fan in that way. Um it's not about the enjoyment, it's about the money and fame. Exactly, you know? And a lot of the time it's about pushing an ideological bent as well, you know? That's why Muslims and the radical left got along so well, is because there was a quid pro quo there, I guess you could say. You know, Muslims could destabilize the West, and you know, fucking there was an inherent like, okay, I know you guys don't like women, but you know, you can help us to destabilize the nation so that we're a little bit closer to fucking communism. And then the Muslims, their big thing is, well, yeah, I mean, as we get more control, as we set up our little fucking no-go zones, we can continue to proselytize, you know? This is a complicated topic, and I'm trying to figure out about this Lester Martinez guy. He's apparently 19-0 with what appeared to be 16 KOs. It looked like a 16 or an 18, but either way, you know, craziest anime crossover ever. Oh yeah, you know. It's what it seems. They have an agenda to push, which is always more important than being passionate about something. Exactly, exactly. You know, that is completely and totally true. All right, so now we have Mbili, I believe is what his name was. What's going on, Brad Baldwin? When I was 21, my friend got me beat up by a bunch of high school kids. Oof, that sucks. That shit's annoying. Some fucking stupid bitch on Twitter just so they posted this picture, right? This picture. I don't know how well you can see it, but you can kind of get the idea that it's Elon Musk. He's responding to he retweeted somebody. It was this guy Will Chamberlain. He said no unity victory, and he posted a picture of somebody else's post that says, "Can Erica Kirk be next? Then the two children can be placed with foster parents who will have them properly educated and growing up hating their parents." And then they did like a bunch of fucking hashtags and shit like that. Of course, it was some fucking weave bitch. And Will Chamberlain said no unity victory. And Elon said either we fight back or they will kill us. First off, nice Fed post, Elon. But this idiot fucking bitch who I'm curious about her, right? I'm fucking curious about her. She's a New York Post columnist and she's a libertarian. She's a libertarian. Oh. Apparently Bill Maher called her an important new voice in media. This fucking stupid idiot. Go fuck yourself. She says, this is incredibly irresponsible. One of the most powerful people in the world should not be treating a random comment on Blue Sky as a representative justification for quote-unquote fighting back. Things will get ugly quick if the other side starts doing the same vile crap on X. And somebody responded to that. Andrew Branca, the Andrew Branca show, says, quote-unquote, things will get ugly quick. You just shot our little brother through the throat in front of his children. You made the ugly demon. Exactly, you know? We're not at a point where we can be thinking about friendship and trying to unify and things like that. It's like I said last night, that's a tactic that they'll utilize as well. They'll push and they'll push and they'll push until they overextend, and when they get smacked upside the fucking head for that overextension, they'll go, whoa, whoa, hey, whoa, I know we've been trying to kill you this whole time, but don't you think it's time to, like, unify? You know? Dude, we need to be coming together is what we need to be doing, man. We need to unify. Dude, we can't have this senseless fighting. Haven't you ever heard that a house divided cannot stand? Haven't you ever heard of united we stand, divided we fall? Haven't you heard that before? They'll talk like that, hoping to appeal to what is cowardice on your end, right? Everybody has the coward in them. Everybody has the coward in them. Cowardice is a choice. And a lot of people are not comfortable with. A lot of people do not have the ability or willingness to not choose cowardice. They're just so used to choosing it that even the thought of not choosing cowardice is completely and totally foreign to them. It's not even an option. So when the left goes to them and is like, whoa, hey, I know we just killed some of your people, but like, can't we just get along? Why don't we give peace a chance? Haha. When the left does that, they go, well, yeah, you know, you're probably right. We should give peace a chance. No, nope, we're not giving peace a chance, you know? You need to get active, you know? You need to get active, like I said. And I'm not saying be violent. I'm not saying do anything that you're not supposed to do. What I'm saying is get a group of guys, learn how to protect yourself. That way, if you're the victim of random politically motivated violence, which is what you would most likely fall victim to if you were going to fall victim to any kind of violence, political violence is just random selection. You can protect yourself, you know? And when you see some idiot talking about, Charlie Kirk's death is good, you figure out where they work. You figure out where they live, and you fucking, like, try and get them dehomed if you can, you know? If they don't own their house, you go to their landlord and you say, hey, like, you know the guy living in this place is saying that, right? Like, I don't know, like, I wouldn't want that guy living in my place, you know? You see if you can get him evicted. Fucking, I'm so numb to it all now. And you should be numb to a certain degree, right? Numb to their bullshit. You shouldn't. Ooh, this is a nice inside fight going on right now. Actually, I'm pretty happy with what we're seeing right now. They're forehead to forehead right now, doing a little bit of hand fighting on the inside, and they're throwing nice compact shots at each other. You should be numb on a level where it's like, yeah, I expect the enemy to be the enemy. I'm not like surprised that the enemy is being my enemy right now. But you should allow that hot fire to exist within you. You should have an edge to you. Humans were meant to have an edge, you know? We weren't meant to be fucking teddy bears. We weren't meant to be Care Bears. We were meant to have an edge to us. We were meant to be able to fight and stick up for ourselves. That's why we are where we are now. If we just sat down and let the lion eat us, we would not be the conquerors of the world. And I don't even just mean Europeans. I mean, like, humans would not have achieved the heights in general that they have achieved anywhere that you've ever even seen, you know? Like, even Africans have houses. Sometimes it's because of colonialism and, you know, the houses are still left over. But they can even, at the very least, build fucking houses out of the dirt and shit like that. And, like, whatever other shit they find in places that didn't experience colonialism in the way that certain other African areas did, right? Fucking, if they just sat down and let the lion eat them, they'd probably still be living in caves, you know? Peace out, Natalia. My friends were looking at 22 years, 15 years, and 12 years in prison. I'm now accepting applications to the Proud Boys. Oh boy. Oh, what about all J6ers? Oh, can you learn to fight from YouTube technique breakdowns? You need a baseline. Jeez, these guys are really going at each other. I need to stop ranting and I need to start talking about the fights right now. But you need a stable baseline. You need a baseline of knowledge before you can start utilizing YouTube for anything. You need to know how to stand, how to throw proper punches. You need to be... Oh, that was a punch after the bell. You need to be able to throw proper punches. You need to be able to shadow box properly. You need to be able to spar a little bit and things like that. You need a certain baseline of knowledge that will allow you to understand, interpret, and enact what you're seeing from YouTube tutorials and things like that. So get into a boxing gym or a kickboxing gym or a jiu-jitsu school or whatever you can find, you know? But, she's a New York Post columnist. Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, yes. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Confirmed kill 99. What resources are good for a fellow that lives in a rural area with zero access to good gyms? Can I spar with my hick friends and learn valuable shit? I don't know, you know? Like, here's the thing. Truthfully, you don't need to be an elite level athlete with like years and years of fighting experience to beat somebody up who doesn't have any fighting experience, you know? It just really helps. So, like, I would say sparring with friends, which I'm not saying you should do, but in theory, damn, these guys are really going at it. They really are forehead to forehead, throwing fucking nice tight shots. This is a really good fight to see right now. This is the kind of fight that Crawford from the last fight needed to turn it into with Alakel, you know? But, like, you can, like, in theory, you could learn or develop certain strategies, and you can get comfortable with the idea of being in a fight in the first place, if you do spar with your friends. In theory, and I'm not telling you to do it, I'm just saying, like, I could think of a situation or two where it's like, or not even a situation or two, but I could think of a benefit or two. You know, that could potentially come from that, is what I'm saying. You know, like, part of fighting is getting over the fear of getting hit, you know? And then also learning how to deal with, like, certain scenarios and stuff like that. But anyway, we are a minute and a half left in the second round. Like I said, these guys are forehead to forehead. They're going head, body, head. There's a lot of focus on the body right now because it's a little bit easier to hit the body from that range, you know? A couple of uppercuts from Martinez. And Billy tries to return. Doesn't quite work out for him. Ooh, nice uppercut to the body, followed by a hook to the head from Mbili, and then another uppercut, and then a hook on the opposite side. Another uppercut, and then a hook from Mbili, followed by another uppercut and a hook from Mbili. He's throwing different kinds of uppercuts, though. Sometimes he's going rear uppercut to the body and then hook to the head. Sometimes he's going uppercut to the head and then rear hook to the head. Other times he's doing it in a slightly different fashion, you know? It's nice to see this. So, Lester, I believe is... no, Martinez. Well, yeah, Lester was his first name. Martinez is up against the ropes right now. Uppercut from Martinez seems to have landed. So there's a hook followed by an uppercut on the way in from Martinez. Hook the body from Martinez. Ooh, nice pitter-patter to the head, followed by pitter-patter to the head from Martinez. They traded a little bit of pitter-patter. Interesting. Nice. Trading rear uppercuts there. And Billy pushing off, and then he's throwing hooks to the body. Just turned into Netflix so I can see what the fuck you're talking about. You were doing some good commentating, by the way. Thank you very much, Random Dandy's World fan. I appreciate that, man. Where can I tune into the fight? It's on Netflix, Brad Baldwin. So that is the end of round number 2, and what so far has been a pretty interesting fight, you know? I got to be honest with you. I'm not sure who's winning. I think if I had to give it to somebody this round specifically, I would probably give it to Mbili. He seemed to be a little bit more active, and then on top of that, he was landing a little bit more cleanly in some ways that I have seen. But it is not. He's got some. He's got a. What does he got? What's he got? Damn it! What the hell does this guy got? He's not too far behind though. You know. Nice lead uppercut to start out from Martinez. His jab to the body seemed to slide off from Mbili. Nice uppercut up the middle from Martinez. Martinez landing with those uppercuts right now. There's a short hook from Martinez. Martinez seems to be picking shots a little bit more, but he is pushed up against the ropes, and he did just take a left hook to the body. To the head, excuse me, what the hell. Another lead uppercut from Martinez, followed by a rear hook that may have landed. I couldn't quite tell from this angle. Jab from Mbili seems to have not found its mark. Martinez is making that lead uppercut work for him. He's doing a good job with him, you know. Ooh, he throws a pitter-patter double jab, and then he throws an uppercut that almost landed. Yeah, nice combination by Martinez. Martinez seems to be pulling ahead a little bit right now, you know. Seems to be finding his way a little bit more. One thing that Mbili is doing is he's kind of jamming himself a little bit. You know, he doesn't have a bad idea trying to put the forehead into the chest, but he's not creating enough space when he tries to fire off, and because of that, he's getting smothered. You know, it's just not working out for him. Again, another lead uppercut from Martinez. A couple of uppercuts from Mbili. One of them seemed to have landed, the other one didn't. Billy slips a rear hand, and then he throws a short punch to the body. And Billy tries to throw an uppercut. It does not work. And then Martinez throws 2 shots to the body. He just tagged him with a short right hook coming in. Uppercut followed by a hook from Mbili. Another lead uppercut from Martinez. And the reason why that keeps happening is because of the way Mbili is leading with his head. There's no head movement. There's no throwing into the head movement or anything like that. I said there's no head movement, then there's no throwing into the head movement. What I mean is he's not throwing punches to disguise the forward progression. And because of that, Martinez is able to catch him with that lead uppercut when he moves in. What Mbili is doing is he's just walking forward and he's doing that. So in the leaning, he's providing an excellent opportunity for Martinez to capitalize, which he's been doing this entire time. You know, that lead uppercut is at just the right angle for him to capitalize. You're probably going to see another one soon. Ooh, that was a rear uppercut this time. You know, you're probably going to see another lead uppercut soon. You know, he's able to sit down on it too and really dig that uppercut. There's a hook on the way in from Martinez, followed by another hook. Ooh. So, and Billy throws a 4-piece to the body, and most of them landed, and then Martinez threw a quick 2 or 3-piece back, and he landed as well. You know, to the head specifically. Yeah, this is a good fight. I'm enjoying this fight. This is a good fight right now, you know? You don't have Netflix. Well, I mean, there's... You should definitely get Netflix then. You know, like if anybody tells you to go to sportsurge.to though, meaning TO, definitely don't do that. I've fallen victim to that trick before too. That is an illegal site that streams these, and you're not supposed to be using it. So don't go to SportSurge, SportSurge.to. All right, I spelled it for you because I want you to know exactly how it's spelled, so you can look out for it, so that you can make sure you don't click it by mistake. You know, definitely buy Netflix and don't go to SportsSurge.2. They have a bunch of different streams there that are all illegal, you know. Um, ooh, that was a nice short punch. Ooh, a nice uppercut from Martinez. Martinez is really starting to push forward. He's even though Billy is the one who's kind of pressuring forward, you see Martinez is able to get the better of him because, again, Mbili is just kind of walking in. He's just walking straight. He's not actually there's nothing behind the punches, you know? Or excuse me, nothing behind the punches. Nothing behind what he's doing. There's a nice four-piece from Mbili, but the thing is, it didn't really do that much damage. There's a nice uppercut from Mbili, you know? And Billy keeps getting caught because there's nothing to keep Martinez honest, you know? Martinez is keeping Mbili honest, but Mbili can't do anything to Martinez because he's walking in trying to get into the range that he wants to throw at. When he's in that range, he doesn't do a terrible, terrible job, but even then, he's still getting outworked, you know? And then in addition to that, you're seeing that Martinez is using very prudent push tactics. He's using his forearm, his left forearm. You just saw it a second ago to set up a punch. He's either setting up punches with that forearm push, or he's just pushing Mbili back so that he has to continue walking forward. And the entire time that he walks back in, you see he ends up making him pay for it. Like right there. That's exactly what is going on right now. Exactly as I'm describing it, it is happening, you know? There's that push again, and Billy tries to come in, bang, bang. There's that lead uppercut. Nice short cross there. Ooh, that was a nice touch and go from Martinez. This is a good fight on both sides. It's just Martinez, you can tell he's a little bit more he's a little bit more comfortable fighting this way, and his fight IQ is a little bit higher, you know? Nice two-piece followed by a short hook. So he's baiting Mbili into uppercuts. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah, pretty much random dandy. That illegal site seems to have been taken down. Thank God. Really, has it? Has it now? I'm curious. Ah, yes. Yeah, you're correct. We're gonna check out Alliance for Creativity. We're gonna check out Alliance for Creativity after this. So that's the end of this round. Look at this, right? Watch legally. There are more than 140 content providers and platforms around the world that offer legal access to your favorite movies and TV shows across a wide variety of devices. Pirating content comes at a big cost. The worst thing that'll ever happen to you is like your ISP will be like, hey, you're not supposed to do that. We're mad at you now. And even then, you have VPNs that make it so that your ISP can't tell what you're doing. Excuse me. You know, there's a difference between something illegal and something that is not allowed via like civil court, you know? It's like it's not illegal to build a set of stairs on your own. It's actually very legal. Especially if you follow the code and all this other stuff, right? But if somebody slips and falls down those stairs, there's a good chance you're going to be successfully sued by that person who slipped and fell on your property. That's the type of shit that goes down. So even though you built those stairs, like what's going to happen is they're going to be like, so who built the stairs? You're going to be like, I did myself. They're going to be like, oh, are you a licensed contractor? Well, no. Oh, so why are you building stairs? You're not a licensed contractor, as if that's illegal, as if there's anything wrong with that, you know? That's kind of the situation with that bullshit that's kind of the situation with that bullshit what was I going to say? Like it's not illegal. It's just in a civil court you're not actually no. I think there are certain situations where it is legal versus illegal. But like even if it's legal, it's like, well, you could get in trouble in civil court, right? But you're not going to get in trouble for watching something like that. That's not going to happen, you know? There's too many people they'd have to try equally, you know? I am curious about one more thing though. Apparently there's a place called buffstreams.plus that you should not check out as well. Um buffstreams.plus is another one of those that Alliance for Creativity should probably take down, you know. So yeah, just keep that in mind. Don't bother with them. Don't bother with them because they're bad too. They're bad too. Buffstreams.plus, you don't want to mess with them because they're bad. Anyway, so there's that lead uppercut again. Ooh, that was a nice three-piece from him, Billy. He finished it off with a short right hand. Couple of pitter-patter jabs. Uppercut doesn't quite make its mark for Martinez. They traded a couple of blows there. Ooh, that was a nice four-piece. Most of those landed. Yeah, no problem. Confirmed. Killed 99. I just want to make sure you're safe on the internet and you don't fall into anything that is not cool. That is not good. There we go. Ooh, that was a nice double hook from Billy. The second one landed. Trading jabs there. Jab cross was almost countered by Billy with an overhand left hook. And that is the end of what I believe was round 5. I could be wrong about the round that it was, but that is the end of the round, bottom line, you know. And Billy's eyes are looking rough. Yeah, they're starting to swell, you know. Yeah, you can see, you know. I'm going for Martinez. He seems more strategic. Yeah, you know, it's like I said. I forget if I said this about him or if I said it about one of the guys in the last fight, but Martinez's fight IQ is definitely there. He's got a good fight IQ, specifically for this kind of fight in the first place. You know, he knows because the secret to all of it is the pushing, right? Because what the pushing does is it gives him the initiative on a certain level, right? And Billy is not able to control the fight. He's not able to control the pace. The pushing allows him to control the pace, and it allows him to be in a position where he's where he wants to be, and Billy is not where he wants to be. So Billy, who wants to be in nice and close, nice and tight, he has to walk back in. And while he's doing that, because he's not doing anything to keep Martinez honest, Martinez is taking free shots, you know? And that's why in Billy, you can see, especially it appears his right eye is swelling, you know? So we're now in round 6 of 10 right here. They are trading on the inside again. There's another lead uppercut from Martinez, and Billy is now on the inside. And he has Martinez against the ropes a little bit. Martinez steps off the ropes, delivers a nice jab cross. It's a jab slipped by Billy, excuse me. Jab cross from Martinez. There's a nice short right hand from Billy that seemed to make its mark. It's a nice uppercut that seemed to at least partially land from Billy. Nice left hook that landed from Billy. Ooh, that was a nice hard left hook. Actually, no, I think that was an uppercut. It landed at an angle. You saw Billy's head snap that way, you know. Ooh, that was a nice three-piece from Billy. Martinez tries to return, but Billy covered up for the most part. There was a nice uppercut from Martinez just a second ago, and then another nice uppercut from Billy. See, when you're in that close, people think it's easier to land, but it's really not, you know, because the amount of space that you have to throw is not as big. You don't have angles that you typically would from a long range. And also, it's real easy for someone to move backwards or forward to escape whatever kind of punch you're throwing. Because from that distance, it's hard to throw straights. So you have to default to hooks and uppercuts. So if somebody throws an uppercut, you can move back just a little bit, or you can move to the side. If somebody throws a hook, you can move back, you can move in, you can weave under, right? You can bob under, excuse me. But yeah, it's a whole different. There was a considered a slip or a push or something like that from Mbili. There was no knockdown. It's really a whole different ball game fighting from in there, and that's why a lot of guys don't like to fight in there, is because they're just not comfortable with it. They don't have the constitution for it. They would rather utilize other strengths. What happened eventually is dudes who had a bias towards long range, very long punches, stick and move, quick reflexes, and all this other stuff. They started taking over the game in boxing. They started taking over the top trainer and top fighter roles, I guess you could say, I almost said in Boston, in boxing. And because of that, you don't see many guys who are fighting like this anymore. A lot of people think it's brutish, or they think it's like not a good way to fight or something like that. But the reality is they just don't understand, because this was never their way of doing things in the first place. They never were like, they don't get it. It's like trying to get an English teacher to understand calculus. It just ain't happening. Hell yeah, Scott, I'm happy we get to experience this together. My wife too. Hey man, I'm glad you're here. Thank you both for being here. I appreciate it. So just looking around here. Just looking around. Pugilists have been around forever. Oh yeah, of course. Was that Terrence Crawford ringside? Is that what just happened? Ooh, that was a nice short right hand from Martinez. Sorry, I was checking Twitter for a second. Martinez angling off the ropes, kind of reversing position, although Mbili isn't exactly on the ropes. That was a short, straight right from ooh, that was a nice hook from Mbili. That definitely hurt. He did not like that one. Nice hook from Martinez. Nice couple of hooks from Mbili. One of them didn't land. The second one seemed like it kind of got through a little bit. Nice slip from Mbili. Slipped a jab there. I think Martinez is starting to slow down a little bit. He's, like I said, he's been taking the initiative this entire time. He's been more active. He's been landing more. So he's been winning pretty much this entire fight. But the thing is, he's got a little under 3 rounds left, and he is going to have to contend with his gas tank starting to run out. I mean, you can see he's slowing down. He's not as aggressive towards Mbili when Mbili moves in, and Mbili's able to just walk straight in and start throwing whatever he wants to throw. You're starting to see him pick up the pace a little bit, but how long is that going to last for? He's gonna. Ooh, that was a nice double jab followed by a cross. Pushes off on him, leading with his head. Right, a rear hook followed by a lead uppercut. Doesn't land. There's an uppercut from Mbili that landed. Ooh, that was a nice two-piece from Mbili that landed. I keep wanting to call him Billy, not Mbili, just Billy. Excuse me. There was a hook to the head and a hook to the body. It looked like they both may have landed partially. I just noticed all the Muslims in the background. Yeah, and this is in Las Vegas. I just realized. I didn't just realize that. I realized that earlier. I thought it was in Saudi Arabia or something like that. But no, like I guess the Muslims were like, nah, we'll go to Vegas. Excuse me. We will go to Vegas, sir. We will go to the casino, sir. Lead uppercut from Martinez that's been money for him all night. Ooh, that was a nice cross. So you're telling him to watch the head. That is one thing that'll happen. You'll get headbutts and stuff like that. But part of fighting like that is utilizing your head as a weapon, not like a headbutting weapon. Although honestly, if it happens, you might as well be on the receiving. You might as well be on the winning end of any clashes if it's gonna happen, right? Because if it's gonna happen, like, what are you gonna do? Be the one who gets cut? Like, no, thank you. You know. But in addition to that, using the head on the chest, using your head on his head to manipulate him and things like that, it is it's a skill. It's a skill that you really need, you know? Excuse me. Rich fucks can go anywhere. Yeah, pretty much, you know? Like, I don't want to be rich. I just want to be well off enough as to where the work that I do is not an all-encompassing uh 10 to 12 hour day of just suffering, you know? That's that's where a lot of my angst as a 30-year-old man who was not classically trained to do anything other than fight people. That's where my angst comes from, is desperately not wanting to be in a position where I have to work my fucking hands down to stumps and still barely be getting by, you know? Specifically when I have kids. I want to be able to attend my kids' baseball games or their jujitsu tournaments, I guess, or whatever. I want to be able to go to those. I want to spend time with my kids. I don't want to come home after working my ass off all day and be fucking stressed out and take that out on my kids by mistake and not even mean to, which happened with my parents a ton, you know? They never even said sorry for that shit. You know? Fucking. But hey, it is what it is. Like, all I know is I don't want that to be me. And it just sucks knowing that that might end up being me unless I can make some of the things that I'm trying to work, you know? Unless I am in a position where I can unless I'm in a position where I can really like when I work my ass off, it's for something good, you know. Looks like Billy might be bleeding a little bit. I'm not 100% sure though. It might have just been sweat. Ooh, that was nice. Martinez used that fucking George Foreman's snap down. He snapped down his way off of the ropes. He took a step to his left. He put his hands on his back, on his arm, and the back of his head, and he went, whoa, and he manipulated him that way, you know? This has been, from both of these guys to some degree, it's been kind of a masterclass in infighting, you know? More so Martinez than in Billy, but he's had some moments of genius as well, you know? It's just really cool to see this. This is a fun fight, you know? These are two dudes who were going in there to really just fucking throw hammers at each other, you know? Scott, we're your kids and we haven't seen you show up to our baseball games and jiu-jitsu tournaments and we are really sad about it. I blame modernity, you know? What fish tank contestants would make the best and worst parents? Oh, man. I feel like Trish will be an anxious mom who cares. She really loves her children, but she's gonna constantly be anxious about them. She's gonna everything is gonna be like, oh, I can't look, you know? I feel like that's gonna be Trish. You see, I don't want to say bad things about anybody, though, is the thing, you know? It's just when you said who's gonna be the best parent, my mind immediately went to people like Trish, who Trish has motherly energy a little bit, you know. But yeah, I feel you, man. I'm 38, working all my life to the point where I just pass out. I want to live, not just work. They've been entertaining since I started watching. Yeah, they have been entertaining this whole time, you know. I feel bad whenever I don't give you guys commentary, but we're just having a good time. We're just having fun talking about it, you know. Yeah, I'm not opposed to work. I'm not averse to work. But I can't be in a situation where I have a boss that's breathing down my neck, that's always demanding more out of me, you know. I can't you see in the there was a replay, right? At the very last second of the replay, there was a moment where they were head to head. They were clashing foreheads. And then Billy was using that as a means of controlling Martinez and keeping him from getting off the ropes. That was good use of forehead to forehead control from Billy there. You know, like I said, he has his moments of genius in this fight too. But yeah, I can't be in a predicament where I have to work 5 days a week or 6 days a week for like 10 to 12 hours, you know. Even 5 days a week, 8 hours a day is like too much in my opinion. And I've always felt that way. I do it begrudgingly, you know? But my philosophy on it is always look for a way to get out of work. My philosophy on it is I gotta go to work, so I'm gonna go to work. But if I have a good excuse to get out where I can still get paid, whether it's directly from my job because of sick time or vacation time or whatever, or if it's a situation where there's something that if I do, I'll get money out of it, then yeah, I should call out, or I should be like, hey, I need this day off or whatever, you know, is what I should do. But like 40 hours a week for what you get today is just not even worth it a lot of the time. Ooh, Martinez starting to pick shots. He's starting to land at will here, and you're starting to see him. Billy is not liking it, you know. And Billy's legs are there's something about him. Billy's legs that look a little they don't look very stable, you know. I don't know if it's fatigue or if he's starting to feel a little soggy in the brain. If his brain's feeling a little soggy, you know. That was nice. He went 1, 2, 3 to the body and then bang to the head right after. That was good from him, Billy. Um, we ain't China, baby. This is America. We take care of family first. Exactly, but that's like you're slowly but surely not even allowed to do that anymore. You know. Um, you know, it's gross. It's disgusting, and like I need to be an entrepreneur. You know, I need to start a gym. I need that gym to work out. You know. I have a plan of how I can make it work, but I mean, I won't know if that's actually going to work until I implement it, you know? I need to be in a situation where my money is not being made by me, it's being made by other people, you know? That's the situation my coach is in right now, you know? Is his money is not made by him, it's made by everybody else, you know? He owns multiple businesses and he just lets other people run the business, you know? Fucking it's not even that he lets them, it's that he pawns everything off on those people is really what it is, if I'm being honest here, you know? And it's like really fucked up as somebody who has to deal with it all the time. But the difference between me and him is that it's not just gonna be like I pawn my work off on somebody else. It's gonna be, hey, like if I open a gym, right? I'm only gonna be teaching 1 to 3 classes per day. So what if before my classes I talked to a yoga instructor and I was like, "Hey, why don't you bring your people over here? Why don't you bring your people over here? You can do the yoga in my gym. We'll split. We'll either have a split or you just pay me for the space. 200 a month, 300 a month, 400 a month, something like that, you know?" And then before that, it's like, well, why don't we have Pilates? Or if you want, you can have another yoga class and you'll just pay me a little bit more per month. You know, like it would be a situation much like how McDonald's doesn't make money off the sale of burgers, but more so the rental properties, because that's how McDonald's makes its money is via rental properties. All the McDonald's that you see in the world are owned by McDonald's Corporation, but they are rented out to the franchisees. So the franchisees pay rent. McDonald's is a landlord company, essentially, you know? Excuse me. It's the fucking what's his face, the franchisee that makes money off the burgers, you know? The burgers are for the franchisee. Again, that was nice. That was nice footwork, nice movement from Martinez. He puts a left hand on the back of Billy's head, and he uses that as leverage to step out. Um, like I would want to be in a situation like that if I could, where it's like some guy is like a Kali instructor, and he wants to teach classes, but he doesn't have a place, and he doesn't want to open up a place like that. It's like, all right, well, you can have the space at 2 p.m. every day. Just give me like 400 a month, and we're square. Like a situation like that, you know. Personal trainers, other people like that would be the best, you know. But we're disrespecting this fight right here by continuing to talk about this stuff. It's the last round. There was just a low blow by Martinez. He was warned. Nice touch of the gloves. We have a minute 40 left in the 10th round of this fight. Oh, man. Ooh. And Billy caught Martinez, and he didn't seem to like it very much. That was a nice overhand from Martinez as well. Ooh, that was a nice overhand from him. Billy, you saw it. Martinez's head snap, you know? So right now, Martinez is... Wow, people are actually saying Billy is winning. Some people, whoever was judging the fight from the sidelines, is saying Billy is winning. I don't buy that. I don't believe that. I got to be honest with you. I think Martinez is winning this. He's landing more frequently. He's landing just he's smarter. His ring generalship is better, right? These last couple of rounds, yeah, his gas tank has not quite been there, but he's still keeping up, you know? His gas tank is depleting. It's not depleted, you know? And even here you're seeing there's that IQ that I was talking about. Ooh, that was a nice left hook from Mbili, I will say. Another nice left hook from Mbili. It might have just barely missed, though. Martinez ducking under a right hook from Mbili, and then he is... Ooh, we got ourselves a bit of a slugfest here. 10 seconds to go. These guys are throwing ham hocks. Ooh. Ooh, hell yeah. Swinging for the fences at the last second. Man. That was just a good fight, man, you know? That was just a good fight. They think being against the ropes equals winning. Yeah, it's yeah. You know, and the thing is, like, these are supposed to be experts at the game that are like doing the ringside judging and stuff like that. Not the official judging, but you have guys, right? The commentary team has a guy who he judges the fight as it's going on, and then in like every few rounds they might be like, all right, so we're going to our judge, Joe Schmo. Who you got right now? Well, you know, I'd say it's this guy up by this much. You know, 3 rounds to 2, 4 rounds to 1. You know, shit like that. So that's what that was. You know, like that guy judging on the side, there was probably some kind of a bias that he had. You know, because I think Mbili was kind of the A side of this. I think they wanted Martinez to hand that over. You know, but I'm not 100% sure. I guess Hassan Piker called for the American Communist Party, which, by the way, I have one of their. I have a couple of their stickers. I tore down a couple of their stickers and shit like that. I guess I should. This is what the hooligans do. This is what hooligans do. You turn it upside down to let people know. Haha, we have your banner. We got your banner, buddy. What's it called? I gotta put this in tape and add it to the collection. But oh yeah, did I show you guys this one? I forget if I showed you guys this one. Oh Nelly. Oh Nelly. But what was I gonna say? Yeah, he called for that group, the American Communist Party, apparently, to kill right wingers. We're going to listen to that in a second. They called it a draw. Hold on. Testing. Oh yeah, no. Why is okay? Yeah, they called it a draw. I guess. Jeez, fucking. I didn't realize my shit was peaking. I had no clue my audio was peaking. That's insane. Damn. You guys are listening to audio that's like way too fucking loud. And I have no clue. They called it a draw. They called it a draw. I got to be honest with you. I think Martinez won. I think Martinez took that. I got to be honest with you. It was a really good fight. It was close, but not that close. It was not that close, you know. Um I don't know though, man. I don't know, you know. Wow, the Soviet Union worked out super great for Russia and East Germany. Oh yes, very much. But anyway, we're going to go ahead.
The moment is clear. You got to sick like the ACP guys on him. Okay, that's it. You got to get one of those like Haz al Dink type motherfuckers to just like eat his ass alive. Let him fight. Whatever the fuck his name is. What is it? The Albanian dude. No.
So yeah, you have a you see like I was gonna make a tweet about this, right? But when it comes to Hassan Piker and Twitch, you can't just tag Twitch on Twitter. That's part of it. You definitely should, but you also have to we have Callum Walsh, a good Irish lad. He's a good Irish Catholic lad from a good Irish Catholic home. What was I gonna say? But yeah, Callum Walsh is up next. He's fighting Fernando Vargas Jr. apparently. Um, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, but like you can't just rely on going to Twitter and tagging people and shit on Twitter and being like, "Hey, Twitch, take them down." They're not going to answer that. Twitch is aware of the way the internet works, and Twitter is not the place that you want to listen to people on too much. So if it's just Twitter, they're not going to listen. They're just going to ignore it. What you have to do instead is you have to write letters. You have to make phone calls, non-threatening, completely and totally legal letters and phone calls. You have to protest the building, right? You have to apply legal pressure that you are allowed to apply, that is well within your First Amendment rights. You are perfectly within your rights to you and like 50 other people like write letters, and it's like write one letter and print it out like 20 times and change the name on the letter every time. Change the name on the letter from Mark to Anthony to Joseph to Sean, etc., etc., and mail them all out. Mail them all out in fucking bulk, so that the mailbox at Twitch is full of your letters and all the letters from everybody else. And again, they can't be threatening. You got to make it into a situation where you just say, "Hey, I just want to make you aware that Hassan Piker is utilizing your platform to call for political violence. I will not be using your platform, and I will also be telling people that they should not use your platform as long as Hassan Piker is on your platform." You need to make it hurt. Again, proverbially, not physically, no violence, no threats, no intimidation, no nothing. You have to make it annoying, though. You have to annoy them into being like, okay, we get 100 letters a day. We get 100 phone calls a day. We get tagged in Twitch. We got people outside who are protesting Twitch headquarters. I don't know, man. I think we got to do something about this, bro. We gotta get him out of here, dude. He's not like, he's gonna get us in trouble, you know. And that's another thing. Threaten lawsuits. Like, I'm not telling you specifically, like, oh, hey, you got to write them a letter saying we're gonna threaten a lawsuit, but try and find a lawyer who, if you can find a case that they might be willing to take up, contact them with the lawyer. Have the lawyer draft a letter that says, look, like, I represent this party and that party and the other party, you know, whoever it may concern. Fucking, like, Hassan Piker has been saying this and that. He's been doing this and that. Look, if you take him off, it's all good. We'll consider our end fulfilled. We don't have any reason. Like, I don't know how lawyers would draft something like that. So obviously you don't want to listen to me talk about what a lawyer should say, obviously, duh, right? But the point being, itchy. I'm getting to the point where I'm gonna have to start washing my beard again. But like, the point being, you have to apply pressure, you know. I don't know why getting Hassan off Twitch would be a big deal. He'd just go to YouTube. He said as much. Then you get him off YouTube. YouTube wouldn't put up with him. YouTube wouldn't. Twitch is known for being the way that they are. YouTube is going to be a lot more willing to get rid of him a lot quicker, especially if you apply that same kind of pressure that I was talking about, right? Legal pressure that you are allowed to do under the First Amendment, right? But then in addition to that, you also, it doesn't matter that he would just jump over to YouTube. It doesn't matter. The fact is, he's on Twitch because he wants to be. If he wanted to be on YouTube, he'd just go to YouTube. But he doesn't do that. Instead, he goes to Twitch. Because there's something about Twitch that he likes more than YouTube. So if you made him switch over to YouTube, for one thing, there's going to be people who like Twitch more than YouTube. They may not want to watch him on YouTube, right? But then in addition to that, there is something completely and totally different about YouTube. There are different aspects of YouTube that make it a little bit different in terms of having to stream or having to do certain things. There's a certain meta, there's an ebb and a flow that he's going to have to get used to. It's not going to be as seamless of a transition as you may think. Don't get me wrong, he's still going to have a lot of views. But again, it's going to be weird, it's going to be annoying, and that's what it's all about, is making his life as weird and annoying as possible within the confines of legality, you know? You have to, you know, and then of course, like I said, you get him off YouTube as well. It's all the same. Preach, brother, you are right, 100%. He promoted and promotes violence and hate towards light skins, exactly. And as a light-skinned brother, I ain't standing for that. Yeah, I don't want him shitting up YouTube with his troons. Twitch is a Redditor containment platform. Well, that's the thing. Like I said, he doesn't want to be on YouTube himself. He's going to find YouTube is a little bit more difficult to deal with than Twitch. And then on top of that, he's also going to be in a situation where YouTube will be willing to get rid of him quicker and sooner, you know? What we need is an Alex Jones style depersoning of him. That's the kind of thing that you need. You need a situation where, just like what happened with Alex Jones, you remember he was banned on everything, literally all at once. Like, everybody was like, nah, we're getting rid of him. And because of that, no Twitter, no Twitch, no YouTube, no nothing. No fucking nothing for years. And because of that, Alex Jones, his influence waned. Now, he's kind of back a little bit, but he's still not exactly who he was back in years past, back before the depersoning. We need a depersoning of Hassan Piker is what we need. If we, like, it's the most basic thing you could do. And we're not going to get that same kind of depersoning where it's like Twitch and YouTube and, I don't know if he has a Kick, but Kick and Twitter and whoever all kick him off at the same time. But you get them off of one. If you can get them off of one, you can get them off of the rest. You just have to apply that legal pressure. that First Amendment pressure, you have to be willing to apply it. If you can get him off Twitch, the place where he stays, because it protects him the most, because it does the most for him. It gives him the most out of any other place. Imagine what YouTube is going to be like. It is going to be so easy to get him off YouTube. It is going to be so fucking easy to get him off YouTube. Fuck no, he is literally scared of becoming a YouTube individual. Exactly, you know? Don't, like, think outside the box, guys. I know I'm Mr. 13 viewers. It's either 11 or 13. I know I'm not exactly Mr. Clout. I know I'm not exactly the guy who's going to lead the charge or anything like that. But if we're talking about this, we're talking about it. And I have experience with this kind of thing. I've seen it work for the enemy, and I've seen it work for us too. And it's going to work, especially now. If it was ever going to work, it's going to work now. So you absolutely, positively, without question, need to be seeing what you can get out of the situation. It's like, fuck, man. Hey, Scott, any advice for your gay fans in Europe? Cheers and much love. Remember to take your PrEP. My wife walked in to grab some shit, and I said that, and she just fucking started laughing. His cash cow is grifting Twitch lefties for extra money, even though he's a Nepo Turk anti-American. Fuck that. That lives in America. Yes, of course, you know? Like, you guys are thinking with too much logic and reasoning, right? And what I mean by that, because logic and reasoning aren't a bad thing, right? I'm using a logic and a certain reasoning to come to the conclusions that I've come to, right? But it's one-dimensional. You guys are thinking one-dimensionally. You need to think 3 or 4-dimensionally. You gotta win that 4D chess. You gotta play that 4D chess, guys. 4D chess, winning. You're gonna get tired of winning if you do that 4D chess. Still not tired of winning, you know. But like, jokes aside, you need to think 3-dimensionally, 4-dimensionally, 5-dimensionally, because this is the way pressure politics works. This is the way that the left wing has utilized for decades and decades and decades. And I've seen it happen with YouTubers that I know. I used to watch Turd Flinging Monkey, right? He was pretty big on YouTube, considering that he was a MGTOW YouTuber, right? MGTOW was never a huge thing, but you could get a fair amount of views back in, 2015 and 2016, especially by 2015, 2016 YouTube standards, right? He didn't get kicked off of YouTube, but when the adpocalypse occurred, he started getting strikes on his channel. So he deleted all of his videos so that his channel would not get completely nuked. And he moved over to I think it was like D Live or something like that. But then he got kicked off of D Live. So he started using, no, he went to Twitch. He got kicked off of Twitch. He started using D Live. I think he got kicked off of D Live or something like that, or maybe D Live folded. And every time he had to hop from place to place, there were less people watching him every single time. Because people don't want to have to use Twitch. I don't want to have to use Twitch. Twitch sucks. And it's not just because of ideological things. It's because it sucks. Of just live streamers. I'm not interested in just live streamers. Fuck that. You know, that's why I don't watch Kick either. I don't care about live streamers. I have better things to do, you know? Like, you will see these people who are on Twitch, they're not going to follow him. He's going to have some really, really big supporters who are like, yes, I definitely will, but not enough of them for what he likes. I remember he was complaining because he was only getting 15,000 concurrent viewers at one point. He was like, I work so hard, I try really hard to make everything work, and people just are not watching me like they used to. And he started whining about 15,000 concurrent viewers. Oh, poor you. I don't even have 15 concurrent viewers right now. I'm in it for the love of the fucking game, you know? But like, imagine he moves to YouTube and he only gets 10,000 concurrent. How angry do you think that's going to make him? how low key upset do you think that's going to make him? He is going to have a couple of streams with only 10,000 concurrent viewers, and he is going to be like ripping his hair out as soon as he leaves. As soon as he hits end stream, he's going to be like, you're gonna hear paper ripping. It's going to be him tearing his hair out. Is what's going to happen, you know? The guy's a fucking loser creep who is obsessed with whether or not people look up to him, with whether or not people want to listen to him and things like that, you know? It's not even about politics to him so much as it is, do people like me? And if you make him move to YouTube and then you get him kicked off YouTube so he has to go to Kick, which is ostensibly a right-wing platform. Kick is basically a right-wing platform. Not exactly, but people who are more right-wing minded, right-wing coded, etc., they go to Kick. They don't go to fucking Twitch, you know, or Rumble. Imagine Hassan Piker having to share a platform with Nick Fuentes. Imagine he gets that desperate that he's like, I guess I'll just go to Rumble. Imagine that. Imagine he has to start streaming on Twitter. Imagine. That would be the best thing. And you just gotta keep bothering him, is what you gotta do. You just gotta keep fucking bothering the fuck out of him, is what you need to do, you know? But, who is this you're talking about? Big Boss. Yep, I'm talking about Hassan, exactly. Man. All right, here we go. So, we have the co-main event. It's Callum Walsh versus some Latino guy that I forget his name. Probably Brazilian, you know. The Irish guy is going to beat up the Brazilian. Baby, I love you. No, he's not Brazilian, though. I think he's he might even be Mexican. I don't know. He's got Mexican colors on.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. All right, Walsh versus Vargas Jr. Here we go. A jab from Vargas Jr. kind of probing. There's a lead left hook from Walsh. There's a jab followed by another jab from Walsh. Jab from Vargas with a jab from Walsh in return. One thing I do kind of like about boxing, it's low key and it's like the most pointless thing. I like how you can kind of express yourself with your trunks and gloves. I appreciate that, you know? Like, some of it's jarring, but you know what? It's a lot better than the corporate UFC fight kit. You know? Not a fan. It immediately becomes a left-wing stronghold. That'd be the funniest fucking thing, is if it immediately just became left-wing. That'd be pretty funny. Talking about Rumble, of course. Ooh, there's a left hook attempt from Vargas that does not land. It sounded like Walsh landed with something. Walsh is definitely the quicker of the two. Couple of quick jabs from Vargas, I will say, you know. Not the quickest you've ever seen, but they were quick enough. None of them landed though, I will say. Ooh, that leading with a rear left hook. A rear hook. He ends up throwing a 4-piece. Oh, there was a slip. That was an interesting slip. The way he fell, I think he may have gotten his lead leg stepped on. He may have had his lead leg stepped on during that punch, but Callum Walsh went down. There's a leading left hook from a lead hook. No, this is a lefty versus lefty battle. Now that I think of it, I called it a lead left hook. No, the lead would be a right hook, but there was a lead hook from Vargas that kind of slapped into Walsh there. See, lefty versus lefty battles can be a little bit weird because lefties will mostly go against righties, so they get good at having to fight people who are opposite of them. But when they have to face a lefty, it can be a little bit confounding. So there is a rear hook lead from Walsh, followed by a hook to the body and then a shot to the head. I don't think any of them really landed like that. Ooh, there was a fake hook, followed by a lead hook and a cross. He likes to lead with that rear hook. And what I mean by that is if this is his rear hook, he'll throw it naked. He'll throw it to set up another shot, you know? He'll lead into his combination with that hook. There is a right hook to the body, excuse me, from Callum Walsh, followed by that same way that he's leading with his rear hook. He leads with that rear hook to the body, and then he throws a lead hook on the other side of the body, and then he follows up on that if he feels like there's something there. I can only imagine what nasty shit Hassan would get up to saying if he was forced to go to a less mainstream platform. Although I do think he should be banned from streaming in general due to his, or what I mean is what type of shit he could get away with saying on a less mainstream platform. And that would be a good thing because he would say things that are incriminating, which you could report to the police, which would get him investigated and potentially arrested and deported. I don't believe he's a U.S. citizen. I don't think he needs to be here. I think his green card could be revoked, you know? Because a green card is not permanent status, you know? You have to, like, you have a 2-year green card and then a 10-year green card. You get your 2-year green card to basically see if you're going to be a good fit for this country. And if you want to stay and if you didn't fuck up in some way that made the government be like, you got to go back, then you apply for a 10-year green card. And you can get a 10-year green card every 10 years. There's actually a woman that I worked with. She was from Italy, but I had no clue. She came here when she was still an infant. So she was not ever a citizen. She only ever went for a green card her entire life. And she decided she would get her citizenship in her like 60s or something like that, you know? I had no idea. Ooh. These guys are both throwing some heavy shots to the body right now. Probably trying to lower the hands because their high guards are working pretty well. You know, they do have some pretty effective high guards going on. Ooh, that was a nice slip of the rear hook from Walsh, and then he returns. I think a couple of body shots got through. Yeah, these guys are mostly going to have success with the body because they're both doing a pretty good job of defending to the head. Like right there, you see Callum Walsh come with a 3-piece to the head, and it just nails the high guard, you know? Kind of bounces off. There's a lead hook fall by a cross from Vargas Jr., and again, it didn't really work out for him. There was a shot to the body from Vargas that did work out. Ooh, a slip and a rip from Walsh. Unfortunately, his rear hook did not land. He tried to throw a rear hook to the body off of a jab slip, and it didn't work out for him. There was a jab that I couldn't tell if it did get through. Ooh, oh man, that was tough. The referee walked right in front, but I think it was a rear hook to the body from Vargas, followed by a lead hook to the head from Walsh that did actually land. There was an uppercut from Vargas that may have gotten through. Ooh, there's that lead hook to the body followed by that hook to the head. I'm a little bit nervous, though. I got to be honest with you. You know, the way Callum Walsh throws, like, he throws it with good movement. He's not just standing in front going 1-2, but the thing is, he keeps moving the same way, and that's gonna make him a little predictable, which means, especially now that I think of it, the way that he's moving, he's going to move right into the power side too, because this is a lefty versus lefty battle. And what happens is Callum moves this way when this way is right where Vargas's left hand is, you know? So he's got to be really careful throwing because he's throwing and then he's dropping, you know? So it's a situation where if Vargas starts to pick up on that, he starts to time it, he's going to start throwing an overhand left and he's going to nail Walsh, you know? And since Walsh is going in, right? Since Walsh is, since Walsh is moving into it, it's going to boink him. It's going to bonk him hard, you know? Yeah. Even the commentators noting the hooks to the body from Walsh, you know? But Ryan Tucker says, love what you're doing, Scott. People are afraid to be real and vulnerable, which is true strength, but now is taken as weakness by sick people. God will always ring true, and the light will always win. Thank you very much, Ryan Tucker. Yeah, like, my belief, as frustrating as it can be, my belief about vulnerability is if I am vulnerable, if I am willing to talk about how something made me feel that you did, and you take that as some kind of weakness, or if you are crass or callous about that, that is your problem, not mine. Yes, it can be really, really frustrating, but if you are going to be that way, I am going to withdraw from you. And when you need a favor from me, I'm not going to be there for you, which I'm the kind of guy that you want around because I'm a team player, you know? Fish Tank should be a really good example of that, where I'm not particularly someone who wants to be known for not having Riz, but I was willing to go up in season 1 and like hit on the girls awkwardly, you know, or the rape escape thing. Fucking, that's not something that I'm like, ah, yeah, dude, that's so great. Ha 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 ha. Ha. No, that's not exactly good, you know. But they asked me to do it, so I said okay, and then I tried to find ways that I could make it a little bit less rough around the edges so that it was a little bit more fun and funny than actually really fucking bad, you know? So we got Callum Walsh, who's been winning some exchanges right now, but Vargas is still pretty crisp. He's still pretty clean. It is only round 3. But yeah, when it comes to that vulnerability, I have nothing to lose by being honest about how I feel about a situation or a person or whatever. It doesn't mean that I'm gonna let everything out. There's plenty of things that I keep up in the old noggin that I don't bother to talk about for one reason or another. A lot of the time it is strategic. But that honesty from me is it's a bearing of who I am, I guess you could say, right? I'm having a hard time trying to explain, partially because I'm trying to watch, but also because like I just don't know how to say it, you know. I think it's a strength because I don't bottle things up and I'm able to just be like, hey, I didn't like this, and it is what it is, you know? I'm able to not allow my emotions to control me. I'm able to just sit here and be like, hey, you did this, I didn't like it, please don't do it again. Or, hey, this is going on, I'm not comfortable with that. Is there some way we can work around it? You know, situations like that. Communication is a skill, you know? And I'm not afraid to tell people how I feel. All right. So we got a little bit under a minute in round 3. We kind of took this round off. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen. You know, and ultimately it's a weakness of yours if you can't be honest with yourself or other people about how you feel, you know, because you're going to lash out. You find yourself, you don't want to admit that maybe you're feeling a certain kind of way. So in order to prove it to yourself, or in order to indirectly deal with the situation, you do something that's self-destructive, you know? It's like when you're angry or when you're hurt, not even angry, when you're hurt by somebody, and instead of just being like, hey, that hurt, I didn't appreciate what you did, it made me feel bad, you think, oh, you know what, I'm gonna hurt them. They hurt me, I'm gonna hurt them. Like, that's something that a lot of people do, and that creates tit for tat battles with people. It also puts people in situations where they do things that they should not have done, that completely ruin relationships, or that cause them to get like fired from a job or some other shit like that, you know? You have to be careful with that. People were so mad about the Haley romance. Where'd that come from, Mr. Boss? Where'd that come from, Mr. Boss? Yeah, you know, I think people were mad about the Haley thing because they wanted a reason to hate me, and if they could pin adultery on me, well, then that gave them a legitimate reason to hate me. You know. In addition to that, there were people who were simping for Haley, and Julio Cesar Chavez, legend of the game. But in addition to that, there were people who were simping for Haley, and because I soiled their e-girl, um, you know, they got upset. You know, it is what it is. You know, I'm here, I'm trying to be as good of a guy as I can be, and that does not mean that I am a good guy. I'm just trying. you know, and I am going to make mistakes, and beyond even making mistakes, I'm going to do things sometimes that I know full well are not even good things to do, that I really shouldn't do, that are not cool for me to do. But I'm a human who is prone to giving in to those carnal desires or those, and when I said carnal desires and then I immediately tried to correct myself. When I say carnal desires, I don't just mean I mean desires of the flesh in and of itself, not just fucking, you know? Like anger, as I understand it, that is what you could describe as a carnal desire. Wrath, vengefulness, eating junk food all the time. The 7 deadly sins, I'm going to give into those. And the 7 deadly sins are all based around those carnal desires of this person made me mad, so now I want to try and tear him down. I'm hungry. Let's eat my weight in tres leches cake. Things like that, It's going to happen. And ooh, I gotta shut up and fucking get back to this. I apologize, guys, but what I was saying is it's gonna happen. I'm gonna have moments of weakness. I'm gonna have moments of ignorance. I'm gonna be shitty sometimes. It just is going to happen. Nobody is good but Christ, and that includes me, especially me. I'm the biggest sinner that I know because I know myself better than anybody else in the world. Both ways. I don't know anybody like I know myself, and nobody knows me like I know myself, So I am the biggest sinner that I know. But I'm trying. I want to be good, even though I know I can't. I want to be as good of a guy, as supportive of a guy, as kind of a person, as God, not godly, but God-fearing of a man as I can be, is what I'm trying to say. But anyway, I got to shut up and get back to this. We got 30 seconds in round 4. We took 2 rounds off. Callum Walsh is an Irish dude. I kind of want to, I'm kind of like, Oro. Oh, Oro. Aaron. Fucking. Fiona na Aaron. Fucking, anyway, I don't even know if that's the correct way to put it. There was a stiff jab to end the round from Walsh. What I have watched, I got to be honest with you, it seems close, but it feels like Walsh gets the better of Vargas in the most part. For the most part. It's only here's Walsh, here's Vargas, Ooh, that was a nice overhand from Vargas there. And then there's a short hook from Callum Walsh there, You see, that overhand from Vargas was exactly what I was talking about. You're seeing Callum Walsh, he's throwing his punches and his hand is coming down here. And if he's throwing to the body, it's going to be even worse. Because honestly, it's real easy to take shots to the body a lot of the time if it means that you're going to take that shot to the body and then bang, fire right off. So if Callum Walsh is still... Look at the shake trying to you see he's like, phew. Holy shit. But anyway, oh man. If you see Callum Walsh throw, I don't know if he's still been doing it, but he's been throwing a left hook to the body, followed by a right hook to the body, which he actually just did there. There's a chance he's gonna end up getting bopped. It's not gonna be good. Callum just ducked under a wild left hook, from Vargas. He tried to return. It didn't quite work. So these guys are kind of fighting on the inside just a little bit. They're standing in the pocket and they're trading, I think Callum Walsh is the quicker fighter. I'd like to, because, like I said, I have a dog in this fight. Now, I have an ethnic dog in this fight. I would like to... The guy who's scoring for the commentary team, he has 3 rounds to 1 in favor of Callum Walsh. But what I was saying is, I'd like to see Callum Walsh not get into a battle of ego here. I'd like to see him more in and out like he has been. I'd like to see him step in, try and draw a response, and then counter that response. Ooh, that was a really low blow from Vargas. That hit him right on the He hit Callum right in his Walshes, and there's another low blow right there. You see, like it's almost not even purposeful, right? When you're in a situation where you have that high guard and then you bend over, it makes it really, really hard to hit anything worth hitting. So because of that, the other guy, he's going to try and go low underneath the arms sometimes. It's just going to happen like that, right? And low underneath the arms in that case is going to be the belt line or lower when you're supposed to keep everything above the belt, you know? So that's just kind of the way that it works, you know? Ooh, that was a hard shot. Looked like I was checking the chat, but it looked like Vargas is landing solid, you know? And that's what makes me a little bit nervous. Like, even that jab there, like, they traded jabs, and you could see Vargas's jab was a little bit more of a piston than Walsh's, you know? Again, I'd like to see Walsh use a little bit more movement, you know? Ooh, that was nice from Walsh. You saw that same left hook, right hook, and then he threw a left hook to the head, and they all landed. That was a nice jab from Vargas. He tried to move again. Walsh countered. Jab cross from Walsh. Seems like they may have split the guard. Ooh, okay. So that was a nice counter hook from Walsh. There's another low blow. These gotta be real careful. But shit, I was gonna say something about what I'd like to see from Walsh, but I kind of forget what it was. Seriously though, what the fuck was with Haley's mouth? It looked like she has dentures. Nah. Like Haley's pretty. There were some bad pictures of her that circulated. She's actually a pretty girl, if we're being honest here. She has a nice figure. You know, she's easy on the eyes. It's just like when you take a still image of a video where somebody's speaking or something like that, or like when one of the jokes with Fish Tank is they try and make you look as ugly as they can. Like, of course, you're going to see pictures of her that made her look bad. But no, she's actually, like, pretty, you know, if I'm being honest with you. And, like, she seemed like she was going through some shit at the time. I mean, she was going through some shit. There was some shit that was going on, you know? I hope that everything's better for her, man. I really wish nothing but the best for her, you know? I hope everything's... I just hope everything's all good, man, you know? There was a nice right hook, excuse me. I keep forgetting these guys are southpaws. That was a nice right hook to the body from Walsh. There's a nice hook to the head. It seems like it was mostly deflected. There's a jab cross. Ooh, that hook seemed to have landed from Vargas, but then there was a left hook from Walsh that landed. Looked like a couple of those punches from Vargas landed. That was a nice body shot from Vargas in the middle of that combo. Ooh, that was a nice return from Walsh. You see, Walsh does not look like he throws with a ton of power. It looks like he's more of a volume puncher. Vargas throws with a little bit more power, but he's not especially powerful. You know, I don't think he would starch Walsh in one shot unless Walsh was moving into it in some way, you know. Ooh, that was a nice slip from Walsh. I don't know if he saw that overhand left coming from Vargas, but I think if Walsh keeps doing what he's doing now, which he's being elusive, he's waiting for something to come in, he's slipping, he's ripping. If nothing does come in, he goes first and he tries to make sure he throws a 3, 4, 5, even 5 punch combo. I think he'll be all right because Vargas, like, he's not doing bad throwing combos, but he's not as active, and that's because he's throwing more into his punches, you know? That's kind of the trade-off that you get with being a volume striker is that you're not throwing as hard, and because of that, it's a little easier for you to wear your opponent down, and it's a little easier to push the pace on them. You're seeing it's round 6 right now. We have a little over a minute left. You're seeing Vargas is slowing down this round in particular. He's probably starting to get a little tired. Meanwhile, Walsh, who, like I said, has not been throwing bombs, you know, he's still decently fresh, you know. We got 4 more rounds after this 45 seconds left in the sixth round, you know. So that's quite a bit of fight left. We're gonna have to see what happens to each of their gas tanks, but it wouldn't surprise me if Vargas starts to fade a little bit more, you know. Good commentary, Scott. I've been missing a lot of these hits. Yeah, it can be tough, you know. It can be tough to see. Even me, like sometimes I'm like, oh, he threw a left hook. It might have landed, you know. Like I don't even see everything, you know. Ooh, looked like that left hook from Vargas may have landed on Walsh's body, and then he ended up getting out of the pocket off of that. Ooh, that was a nice left hook from Walsh, who was hitting Vargas when he stepped in. It looked like Walsh hit to the. Yeah, I was gonna say Walsh hit him in the balls, and you can see Vargas was complaining a little bit. You know, that's funny. I mean, it's the score is still 2-1, man. I don't know what you want. That's Freddie Roach right there. He's actually from Massachusetts. I forget exactly what part of Mass he's from, though. I want to look that up. He had to retire because he had Parkinson's. He got fucking Parkinson's, you know? Freddie Roach. And, like, he's a great example of what happens with a lot of New England fighters. Is like any New England fighter that does well, a lot of the time... Ooh, that was nice. Yeah, he was born in Dedham, Mass. That's like really close to where I grew up. But I can feel that hair that I inhaled in the back of my throat. What I was gonna say is boxing is cultural, and a lot of it comes down to the way you're fighting, whether or not that style of fighting is considered to be in, like if that's the meta that's accepted and people are utilizing right now. And then it also comes down to different, ooh, that was a nice uppercut followed by a right hook from Callum. The uppercut landed to the body. I don't know if the hook did, but yeah, Freddie Roach, he is considered to be one of, and if not the best boxing trainers currently. He sets up his gym in fucking, I believe it was Vegas instead of Massachusetts. So because of that, it's a lot harder for us Massachusetts natives to get elite level training. You can go to Big Six Boxing. That's considered one of the top gyms in the region. You got Peter Welch's gym in Southie. I don't even know if they do fighters in that way anymore, right? What's it called? And I'm sure there's like a couple other gyms around that are like good. But the thing is, like, any champions and any world-class trainers that we have either A, left and gone somewhere else, or B, they have what have they done? Or B, they got out of the game in some way. Like Rocky Marciano, he just fucking died. And when he died, he took any and all connections that he had to the boxing world with him. Maybe not all of them, but he took a lot of the goodwill that Rocky Marciano had with him when he died in that plane crash, and I believe it was like Iowa or something like that. He died the day before his birthday, and he was actually flying to what was going to be a surprise birthday party for him. It's really tragic. But like Marvin Hagler, right? He was known as one of the 4 horsemen of the 1980s, you know, one of the best middleweights to ever do it, you know. And when he got screwed over by the Sugar Ray Leonard decision, he was like, nah, fuck that. And he left boxing, and he just was like, nah, I ain't doing it no more, you know. So that's somebody who could have provided very good training and potentially could have utilized he potentially could have utilized whatever it's called. Oh yeah, his connections, excuse me, to put on Massachusetts and more so New England fighters. But he didn't do that because he was like, fuck it, the boxing game's corrupt and I don't want anything to do with it. Understandable. But that's why you don't see many Massachusetts or New Englander fighters do that well, is because the fighters that do well, they usually leave or they just straight up leave the boxing world. They're like, fuck that. Or in the case of Marciano, he died, you know? Freddie Roach, who you can see right here, Callum Walsh's coach and cornerman here. There's that rear uppercut or that rear hook to the body that Walsh is using. Ooh, that's a nice jab cross right up the middle from what's his face, Vargas. You see that? Bang. That rear hook to the body, and that one hurt. That one hurt. That one lowered Vargas's lead hand. If he can dig that hook to the body and then immediately come right back up on top, he might end up KOing Vargas. You know, you might see that in a later round. I don't know, maybe, but excuse me. Yeah, it's like that's just the way boxing works, though. That's just the way boxing is, you know. It is what it is. It is what it is. Sorry if I'm engaging too much, but this is my social for the week. Nah, man, nah. We are here first and foremost to have a good time and shoot the shit and just enjoy talking to each other and stuff like that. So if we're doing that, then mission accomplished. I just feel bad when I'm like ignoring the fight, you know, especially because I don't think this is a bad fight either. So lead uppercut from Vargas. Ooh, double jab cross from Walsh. It seems like the cross may have partially gotten through. Jab from Walsh right up the middle. Seemed to have split the guard. There's a body shot from Walsh that may have gotten through. There's that hook to the body followed by a hook to the head. The hook to the body landed. The hook to the head kind of slipped off. Ooh, looks like Vargas may have landed with a lead hook. Then he threw a two-piece that didn't quite make it. There's a hook to the body, hook to the head, hook to the body from Vargas, excuse me. There's a hook followed by a cross by Walsh. I don't think either of those landed. Ooh, that was a rear hook that got through from Walsh, followed by a two-piece from Vargas that may have partially gotten through. Jab, cross. Didn't quite make it through, though. There's a flicking jab from Vargas that landed, followed by another jab from Vargas, but Walsh countered. Jab from Vargas didn't quite land. Neither did the counter hook from Walsh. Ooh, that was a nice two-piece from Walsh. Walsh has been hitting that rear hook to the body all night. It's been money for him this entire time, and he's been using it to set up other shots, you know? Ooh, that was a nice overhand right from Walsh, excuse me, to Vargas. From Walsh to Vargas. Yeah, you see, Walsh has landed less, but he has attempted more. You see, and that's kind of the situation with like boxing that makes it a little bit tough sometimes is you got to take certain things into account that don't quite add up all the time. Like if you are looking at it from a one-dimensional place, you might think, "Oh, well, this guy landed more." But that's not always the metric you want to utilize because Callum Walsh was more active in the first place, and this guy may have landed more, but you're seeing more control from Callum Walsh. So it's like, well, what matters more? And this is where confusing decisions that are called robberies can sometimes come from because this guy landed more punches, but I mean, this guy landed punches in a similar fashion. It's not like he landed one punch to the other guy's 40 punches, you know? It's like 28 punches to his 30 punches that he landed. But the guy who landed 28 punches, well, He was better with his movement. He was better with his ring generalship, controlling the ring. The punches he landed were more solid. They meant more. They potentially caused more damage. There's that left hook to the body. There's another left hook to the body from Walsh. Walsh taking a couple of punches on his guard, and he tries to throw back, but it doesn't work. A couple of punches that may have, almost say glanced. Looks like some punches from Walsh that may have, one of them may have gotten through, but the other two or three seem to land on the guard. 3 punches land on the guard from Walsh. There's that double jab cross again on the guard, more so than anything else. There's that jab cross, bang, bang. Rear hook. Looked like a lead hook fall by a cross from Vargas that may have just barely glanced. A little under 2 minutes, about 1:40 to go. Walsh with a Walsh is just trying to keep him busy at this point, I don't think he's concerned with landing so much as he is just trying to make Vargas not have the footing to throw, He's making sure to go first. He's making sure to throw in a volume that makes it hard for Vargas to set and throw something, I think he probably feels like he's in control, and landing punches is not the goal so much as it is just making sure that Vargas can't throw whatever he wants to throw, That was a nice slip of the jab, followed by 2 punches that didn't quite land. But yeah, the reason I say this is because he's throwing on the guard. He's not even trying to find openings. He's just kind of throwing on the guard. He's throwing some really loose, again, voluminous punches. He's going bang, 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 right? He isn't even digging the body like he was. He has been this round, but he kind of gave that up for throwing those nice, loose, easy punches on the guard. You see a little bit more pitter-patter on the guard. Ooh, looks like one of those got through. He went a cross-jab combo. A jab followed by a hook from Vargas, neither land. He pushed Walsh up against the ropes, and Walsh got out of the way. Ooh, that was a stiff jab, snapping Vargas's head back. Stiff jab from Vargas seemed to snap Walsh's head back. Yeah, and you see one of the commentators said Walsh keeping Vargas's hands at home for the whole fight by being the busier fighter. And that's exactly what I was talking about, is Walsh is throwing volume as a means to keep Vargas from feeling like he has an opportunity to throw something, He's been sitting down on those shots to the body. He's been digging those shots to the body. But anything he's been throwing to the head, for the most part, has been, especially in that last round when I really started talking about it, it's been a situation where he's been hitting them with like 3, 4, 5, sometimes even 6 punches back to back as a means to just keep Vargas from being able to fire his hands, Seriously though, Scott, I appreciate you streaming when you can. Me and my wife love watching you stream games, talk fights, and current events. You have realistic insight on things. Even though I'm 38, I still have a lot to learn. Hey man, so do I, dude. Fucking, you kidding me? I have way too much to learn. And sometimes I forget that. Sometimes I forget. It happens. Ooh, that was a nice Oh man. I thought I coughed up that hair. It felt like it. Mm-hmm. Sorry. Oh, man. What the fuck, man? Anyway, so we have Walsh with more volume, you know. That was a nice slapping hook from Vargas. Vargas throws a little bit of volume as well, you know, nice 4-punch combination there. Was the divorce shit real? I don't know. I never really talked to her about that, you know. I didn't know she had a husband until we were like giggling with each other in the bathroom about how like funny it was gonna be that they all thought we were like really doing something in there, you know? How much of the table we were flipping, you know? Um she was like, "Oh yeah, I have a husband too." And I was like, "Oh, that's funny. I have a wife," you know? Um and like truthfully knowing that she had a husband, I never would have did that, you know? If I had known she had a husband, I never would have suggested we should run that fucking joke with her, you know? It just was, you know. But hey, it is what it is. It is what it is, you know. Can't take it back now. Ooh, that was a nice uppercut followed by an uppercut to the body from Walsh. Would be hilarious if Scott blamed every failing in his fight career on Marciano. That fucking Dago. I was supposed to be a contender. I could have been a contender, but he had to fucking die. Ooh, Callum kind of swinging for the not swinging for the fences, but you know, there's a little bit of there was ending that fight with some hard shots, you know. Sorry, guys. It's so annoying when you get a hair in the back of your mouth, you know. Oh man. All right, so I'd say Callum Walsh took that one. I think it's pretty obvious that he took that one. I'd be pretty pissed if they gave it to Vargas. Honestly, I'd have to call the IRA. I'd have to call the IRA about it. But what was I gonna say? Up next we have Canelo versus Crawford. Drink a bunch of water, and if you still feel it, it's anxiety. Maybe. Sometimes I feel like I have a hair strand stuck in my throat, but it's actually a hallucination kind of thing. It's like if you keep thinking you do, your mind makes you believe you do. Yeah, yeah, I could see that kind of thing being the case. There we go. Cork and Kerry is where the Sullivans come from. Anyway, Fucking Charlie Sheen. Oh boy. Um, what was I gonna say? Um. Oh, Jeremy Renner. I thought that was Rob Schneider for a second. Oh boy. Anyway. Um. Yeah, Cork and Kerry is where oh, Sofia Vergara. She doesn't even know she's on camera right now. Anyway, but yeah, Cork and Kerry is where the Sullivan clan settled. They were originally from Tipperary, um, but they were moved. They migrated further southwest. Um, After I believe a Viking invasion. I could be wrong about that. I could be wrong about that one, but the original seat of the O'Sullivan clan was in Tipperary, and then they moved to like the southwestern most part of Ireland. My family, my assumption is they were actually from southern Limerick, like really southern Limerick, because he was baptized in a place called Knockaderry, which is in southern Limerick. You know, I've told this story a few times. I don't want to keep boring you guys with my personal family history, but you know, it's funny to meet people from Cork and just think, man, I could have known this guy. Man, I could have known this fucking idiot if my family didn't move here. Um, Only times I've ever smoked or done edibles made me see what I called the codex. It was like walls where the code text from the Matrix, but more like TV static, and it was like I was in hell, not for me. Happened 3 times. Also typed in notes app all my thoughts for like 4 hours straight. It was hilarious after. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm sure. Um, I am I'm sure. You know. Yeah, I mean, Shookia says I will fight on. Oh, I took an edible for the first time in a while, and I'm freaking the fuck out. I will fight on. Good for you, Shookia, you know? Just just remember, you're not tweaking, you're just peeking. It's gonna pass. You're gonna be fine. It's gonna be all good, you know? You ain't gotta worry about it. Especially it's just weed, but you know. Ah, yes. Anyway, yeah. You're gonna be fine, shook ya. You ain't gotta worry, bud. Damn, bro, you might have smoked angel dust. That is also a possibility, big boss. That is also a possibility. Be very careful who you get your shit from. You know, if you wouldn't, I mean, you shouldn't be doing any kind of drugs in the first place. Let's be honest here, right? But if you wouldn't trust somebody, if you wouldn't trust somebody to look after your dog, you shouldn't take any drugs or weed from them. You know, that's for sure. If you have a kind of feeling about someone, you should never accept anything from them at all. Even a beer. They try to give you if they try to give you an opened beer or something like that, it's like, yeah, fuck that. Get out of my face. Alcohol works for me. Yeah. I still drink on occasion. I considered drinking tonight, but I was like, nah, fuck it. I'll do, you know. I'll stay sober. I'll stay sober. This was years ago now. All I do is drink occasionally and a cigarette maybe once every other month, dude. I miss cigarettes. One of the disappointing. The thing is, I thought about it and I realized I don't think Cage would be a cigarette smoker. But I'm not gonna lie. I planned on taking 3 weeks off of work for Blood Games because Blood Games 2 was literally. I was supposed like Blood Games 2 was supposed to start 2 or 3 days after I go back to work. Right? Like 2 or 3 days after I went back to work is when Blood Games 2 was supposed to start. So yeah. Fucking that was gonna be annoying. But I was gonna take 3 weeks off of work. I was in a situation where I actually had these guys willing to give me 2.5 to 3 weeks off of work. And I was gonna smoke cigarettes for the 2 weeks for Blood Games too. Because I know cigarettes were gonna be around. And every time I was at a fish tank thing where they were fucking smoking cigarettes like chimneys, I was like, man, I could really use a cigarette right now. So I told myself, you know what? I'll indulge. I'll indulge just this once. And if I get addicted again, fine, I get addicted. But I have an extra week off from work. All I need is 3 days and I detox from the nicotine, which means I don't need it anymore, which means it's all good. I'm not going to have to go back. I'm not going to feel a need to go back to smoking it or anything. And if I did, I'd just pick up another vape and I'd vape for a little while and eventually I would quit the vape, you know? And part of the reason I was going to do it is because I figured, you know what? The type of character Cage was going to be this time around. There was going to be differences about Cage this time around. And I'm not going to tell you guys anything because, you know, like, I know that there's been leaks. I don't want to leak more shit, you know? That wouldn't be cool, especially as a writer, right? But like I figured, you know what? Like I feel like the direction the Cage has gone in, he might be smoking something. He might be a cigarette smoker or something like that. But then I kind of realized I don't know 100% about being a cigarette smoker. It says Canelo Crawford in a little under 4.5 minutes, excuse me. A little under 4.5 minutes until Canelo versus Crawford, but they're still wrapping Canelo's hands. Interesting. Sorry, one sec. I gotta make sure my neck stretches. But that is like low key one of the things that I'm disappointed about with Blood Games 2 is like I was like, oh dude, I'm finally gonna get to try a Lucky Strike. Lucky Strike is the one that got away. I tried so many different kinds of cigarettes back when I was a fucking cig smoker. I never got a chance to try Lucky Strike. They're the American cigarette. Are you getting lucky tonight? Are you feeling lucky tonight? Whatever it is, get lucky tonight. I don't know. It's the quintessential American cigarette. Like I gotta try it once, and I was just like, oh damn, that sucks, bro. You know. But hey, it is what it is. Cage the vegan. That's what it was gonna be. Is Cage is a vegan now. Cage would smoke those shitty flavored cigarillos they sell for like $5 a pack. The Game. Not even a Dutch master. Not even Dutch masters. I'd be buying packs of Games. You know, like Game vanilla. The Game green leaves. Oh, dude. Fucking holy shit, forget about it, you know? Marb Reds here in Cali are $12, give or take a pack, which is nuts. So I smoke Native American smokes. Am Spears, American Spirits. I'm surprised those aren't a lot too, because those are supposed to be like the natural cigarettes, the non-GMO cigarettes. Yeah, I never was a big fan of Marb Reds. There was just something about. I was a sicko. I liked to feel the burn in the back of my throat. Most people don't like a cigarette that burns. I used to like a cigarette that when I would inhale, I'd feel the burn. I'd feel the burn a little bit, right? I like to feel it in the back of my throat. I like to feel it. I want to feel it in the back of my throat. No, but like that burn was I liked it. So I used to smoke fucking Marb Blacks. I used to smoke I smoked Am Spear Yellow at one point. What else did I do? I smoked um yeah, I smoked Am Spear Yellow. I also smoked Newport Red 100s. That was what I switched to for like a year and a half before I quit cigs, you know? I almost get nostalgic about cigarettes because even though cigarettes are bad and you should not get addicted to them and they're a bitch to try and get off of, and they're useless after a point. You smoke your first few and you get a bit of a head rush and you're like, "Whoa, haha, nice." It kind of adds to what you're already feeling with your high or your drunk or whatever, right? You know. So like you're kind of like, yeah, nah, it's cool. I can smoke a cigarette here and there. Haha, who cares? And then eventually you can't go without them and you get antsy and annoyed and irritable without them, you know? So you end up like just smoking to not be irritable. So like don't ever smoke them. But like me personally, I get a little bit of nostalgia about it because it was a time in my life where even though I was not doing what I was supposed to do, I was having a lot of fun. You know, that's part of why my MMA career in the early days did not go that well. Like I can talk all about my gym and how my coaches didn't give a fuck about me and how I wasn't told that I should look into like certain things and stuff like that to make sure that the guys that I'm fighting are actually worth it for me to fight. I can talk all about that, but like at the end of the day, even if you took all of that away, I was still smoking cigarettes while I was training and doing a bunch of other stupid shit at the same time. So there's a lot of it that is my fault. You know, I have to be responsible. I have to be accountable to myself in that way, you know? Um, excuse me. But, like, I, sorry, what's up? Anyway, um, November 14th, that's a day before my birthday. Interesting. Jake Paul versus what's his face? Tank Davis, I believe it was. It was Jake Paul versus somebody. I forget who, but we are that's going to be a day before my birthday, so we'll have to watch that. But um, what was I going to say? Yeah, I wasn't doing what I was supposed to do back then. I was not being responsible. I was not living the life that I should have lived. And cigarettes were a part of that. But damn it, I had some really fun times. I had some really good times there. And it is um you know, hey, it is what it is, you know? Cigarettes, I kind of can. Oh wow, marvelous Marvin Hagler, Sugar Ray. Oh, that's pretty crazy. But anyway, um, sorry, I'm like half paying attention to this, half doing a bad job of explaining why I'm nostalgic about cigs. You know, I'm half trying to like catch up with the chat too. I'm doing way too many things in my head at the same time. The bottom line is there's a nostalgia that I feel about cigarettes, and I wouldn't mind smoking them one more time. Not like, oh, dude, I'm addicted, but just like, having a couple more cigs. Just like one. Just give me a lucky strike. I'll smoke it, and then I'll cordon myself off in my room for 3 days. But anyway, those dudes were lame as hell for leaking the Blood Games 2 planning group chat a few weeks ago. Yeah, that sucked, man, There was a lot of hard work, the least of which was done by me. And like as disappointed as I am about Blood Games, I had the least skin in the game. I was a writer, but I mean there were some really big things that I did there were some really big things that I was behind for the Blood Games writing. You know, there were some things that were like either A, we were just straight up going to use them, or B, a suggestion pushed us in a certain direction and we got to something that we were actually going to use, you know? I still was the least useful writer out of all of us, out of the 3 or 4 of us that there were, right? I was still the least useful out of all of us, but like, I'm still proud of what I was able to do. But like, I really feel bad about like all the people who put in that work, because truthfully, like, Blood Games wouldn't have been Jet and Ben's thing. You know, they had a hand in it, but like comparatively, like Blood Games would have been, the project in name would have belonged to Jet and Ben, but the project really would have belonged to the people who set up the new Blood Games map. You know, they like the people behind the scenes that did all that fucking work. It was, Blood Games was theirs, if we're being honest here, you know? Jet and Ben had to go do season 4 stuff while everybody else was like still doing Blood Games stuff, you know? It was really heartbreaking for those people, you know? Yeah, fuck it. What was I gonna say? Yeah, you know, like I don't know what beef there is going on behind the scenes between who. I don't know who is disagreeing with who. I don't know what issue is leading to this or that kind of behavior from whoever, right? I just wish that everybody would either get along or go their separate ways, you know? And I understand that sometimes we feel slighted. I've made it no secret that I feel slighted by some things that have happened over the last year or two. But I'm not approaching this from a place of malice. I'm wondering who this band is. Oh, Adam Jones and Danny Carey from Tool. Ah, interesting. Okay. But yeah, what I was saying is like I don't want to tear anything down. I don't want to burn anything. I don't want to have beef with people just because I feel like mistreated or something like that. I'd rather give them chances to do right by me. I'd rather give them more chances to do right by me. And if I was going to say anything, I'd rather just talk about why I'm upset about something, what upset me, and why I feel that I am justified in feeling that way, you know? I don't want to sit here and be like, and you know what? Jet's a fucking asshole, dude. He fucking does this, and he said that one day, and I remember Ben did this, and like, I don't want to do that. I don't want to hurt people like that, you know? If I'm hurt, I don't want to turn around and hurt people because that's not cool, you know? Like, that's fucked up. But like overall, Blood Game's not happening. It would have been over by now. You know? But Blood Game's not happening was just such a heartbreaker, man. And I hope and pray that something in the future happens. But the thing is, it's really gonna fucking suck because for one thing, Shitty is not, like, the map is not gonna be there anymore. You know, like, we would have to build a new map on whatever property they get, and even then, it's like, shit, like, we're gonna have to start from scratch, fresh. You know? We were like 70 to 80% of the way done with the builds that we had to do. We put the builds on pause for season 4, and we were going to finish the builds right after season 4 ended, excuse me. And in the meantime, we were doing rehearsals. We had rehearsals at least once a week, you know? Like, shitty mostly being built already. Or at least not shitty, but the Blood Games map being built already was such a huge boon that it allowed us to just say, hey, what else can we shove in here? And then also, when we're done building that stuff, at the very least, we can get more rehearsals in, and we can break in some of the new people who are going to be NPCs, and we can tell them about, like, hey, here's how you handle yourself on camera. Like, don't always be trying to hog the camera, but also don't be afraid to do something in front of the camera, especially if it's pointed at you, you know? So it's you know, fucking mariachi music playing. Man, you know, yeah, man, what could have been would be insanely expensive. Yeah, yep. Nobody has to believe me, but I've had a lot of bits stolen by Sam and been mailed merch without paying or an address or talking, and am credited every week in Perfect Guy Life and having stuff stolen. How so, Ryan Tucker? I'm curious about that. Scott, if you read Ryan Tucker's posts, you have to yell. I would. Man. Fucking, what, dude, one time I was in the basement and Jet was just straight up eating a fucking dead baby, dude. I swear to God. I swear to God. Holy shit. It'd honestly be funnier if you spilled the beans by just making up wild, obviously fake shit as a bit. That would be funny. That would be funny. Man. Looks like Walsh has this locked up. Oh yeah, he definitely did shook you. He definitely did. Hope we get Blood Games too, but not gutted. I want the returning characters and staff. Yeah, I mean, most people would return. It's unfortunate that there's some people that will not be returning for one reason or another, but most people would return, you know? Oh, excuse me. Dude, they're doing a whole fucking song for Canelo. Rice and beans and burritos and tacos. Oh, man. My keyboard is broken, man. It's stuck in caps for real. That's funny. That's funny. I blame Soda Man wearing the Sonichu medallion for all this. That's it. That's got to be it. It's his fault. It's got to be his fault. All right, so who's this walking out? Oh no, it's Terrence Crawford. Oh man, if Canelo loses, they got to deport every Mexican in there. That seems like a fair trade. People don't believe it, but it's demonic, dude. I kind of believe it at this point. One of the things I've seen from people, I think I believe it. I think I believe it. You know, I think there was, because you know he probably did what he did with what's her face, his mom, with that medallion on. I think it probably became a talisman of evil via the energy that may have been put into it by that act, especially because the act was repeated. I think that there is probably an evil energy that, because the Sonichu medallion is so unique as well as so meaningful to Chris and meaningful to the people who watch Chris, I think that maybe there was an evil energy that was it soaked into the medallion during the acts. And I think that it's a situation where it's like how this cross right here is sort of a representation. I mean, it is a representation of Jesus's, suffering, Jesus's sacrifice, right? This crucifix, it's literally got Jesus on it, right? It could be used to say like protect you or something like that from a spirit or something like that, like in like evil energy or spirits or something like that. The way they'll do with like an exorcism or something like that. It's not like the priest doing the exorcism has the cross that Jesus was crucified on, but the cross itself that he has is a representation of that. So there is a power that is in it, that emanates from it, I guess you could say. I think it's probably the same thing with the Sonichu medallion. I think it became a talisman where even if you don't have the original, just because you made something in the shape and color of the Sonichu medallion, there is a certain evil that emanates from it. Scott, why does your cross have tape on it? Is Jesus having a hard time staying on the cross or what? LOL. That's not tape. That's actually that magic putty shit that Billy Mays used to. I think it was Billy Mays who did the magic putty. Yeah, it's magic putty though because it broke. It broke and somebody repaired it. It wasn't me either, if I remember correctly. I don't believe it was me who repaired it. I think it was I'm pretty sure it was my grandfather who probably repaired that, because this was my grandfather's crucifix. On the back of it, it says to grandson. Let me check. I want to be very careful with this thing because it is very delicate. I mean, you can see, that's very, 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 very delicate here, But, to son from mother. So this was my great-great-grandmother's cross that was given to my grandfather. I would assume anyway. I would assume it was anyway, Or maybe she bought it and was like, here you go, and then it says to son from mother, I would at least assume it was anyway. I would guess. Because why would my grandfather hold on? Why would my grandmother hold on to just a random crucifix like that, Especially one that's broken. They are kind of pack rats like me. They were kind of pack rats like me. But I feel like something like this, if there was no sentimental value to it, they'd be like, whatever, it's broken. I guess we'll just get a new one, But I don't know, man, Regardless, it was handed down from somebody to somebody, and it ended up at my grandfather's house. And when he died, I found it, and I was like, you know what? I want this, But we'll see. Give me a second.
It fell.
No, I took it down. He just fucking drops it. Yeah. I'm just like, yeah, so it means a lot to me. Whoops. That's a Gorilla Glue job. I don't think they had Gorilla Glue back when he repaired it the first time. Maybe it's an Irish thing then. My dad's side are borderline hoarders. No, actually my grandmother was Swedish and my grandfather was Italian. I believe my grandmother might have also been Italian too, but she had a Swedish last name before she married my grandfather, that classic Amerimut sort of thing. where like, hey, I'm Irish, you're fucking Italian, dude. Let's fuck. Let's have fucking kids, dude. This is honestly the first hyped up boxing match I've watched in years. Yeah, yeah. That's why I'm watching it, is because for one thing it's on Netflix, but for another thing people are actually making a big deal out of it. So I was like, whatever, I guess I'll watch, you know? Like a big enough deal as to where I was like, nah, let's watch it, you know? What's it made of? It can be repaired. I'm a silversmith and a metal guy. It's made of ceramic. And that, like, I don't know, you know? It's made of ceramic though. It's ceramic. Y a mí me gusta la paranda. A mí me gustan las mujeres. Oh, man. Just walking out right now, you know. Canelo's getting old, you know. Um, oh, fucking VMC tequila cocktails. Oh boy, but Canelo's getting old, you know. I remember when I first heard about Canelo, he was like 19 or 20 years old, and there was it was the first boxing gym that I ever went to. That's actually where I first ran into Sean Bay, who would also have a hand in training Sam. Um, the first place I went to, because I had red hair, the guy who taught me, his name was Buddy. He's since passed away, rest in peace to him. He was telling me about Canelo, and he was telling me about how the guy fights, you know. And I naturally was just like, I don't know, I guess I might as well fight like that too. So I got really good at waiting for someone to throw punches, backstepping, and then fucking, you know, ripping off of that, you know? That was kind of the first way that I got comfortable, you know, sparring with people and stuff like that, you know? Canelo's 35, Crawford's 37. Wow, I had no clue about that one. Damn. Crawford's 37 years old and he's undefeated. Good for him. I don't know if that's gonna happen this time. I don't know if he's gonna stay there. Kind of shocked Crawford's older. I just started hearing about him a couple of years ago. Yeah, that's the way the fight game works, you know. You know, one thing that you're really starting to understand. One thing you're really starting to understand with this whole Charlie Kirk thing is just how many people in the military are leftists, and I don't know what it is that makes them join. Typically, when it comes to the military, people think in terms of like, oh, it's going to be conservatives and stuff like that. But honestly, I think it's probably that a lot of these people feel like they don't have a way up in society. So because of that, they join the military as a way to get free training, free healthcare, free whatever. So that when they get out, they can have a job in whatever it is that they trained in. But then in addition to that, I think you also have some people who are like commie revolutionary types that are like, hey, I'll get to shoot guns and train and how to fucking breach and clear a room for when the revolution comes and I have to fight against the fascists and stuff like that, you know? But there's a lot of liberals, there's a lot of leftists who are in the military, and we really need to root those people out and kick them the fuck out of the military and try and execute them. You know, again, like capital punishment for traitors and treasonous people and shit like that, you know? I'm not saying like violence, like let's fucking do it, let's kill people, let's beat them up. That's not what I'm saying. But capital punishment for somebody who, like, there's this guy on Twitter, right? Who I believe it was actually, oh yeah, here it is. There's this guy, Richard K. He says, I'm not going to lie, seeing how eager conservatives are to see my blood in the streets, all because some unhinged lunatic killed a podcaster, is rather radicalizing me against them. Anyways, it was fun making improvised explosive charges today at the range. That's not a coincidence that he decided to talk about those two things. What he's doing is saying, hey, actually, we're not going to take responsibility for our side. We're not taking responsibility for our people. We're just going to get angry that they're angry at us. And by the way, also, look at what I did today. Huh? Are you doing that, conservatives? You're going to get fucked up in the Civil War. That's what he's trying to say, you know? A guy like that needs to be kicked out of the military, you know? Fucking left-wingers should not be in the military. They shouldn't be anywhere. They shouldn't have jobs. They should be living in fucking gutters, you know? Fuck them. Get them out of here, you know? Deport them. Fucking deport them with the illegals that are, like, crossing the border, pretending like they're running from, like, some kind of danger in their country, when really all they're doing is coming here for, what's it called? Damn, that's a lot of belts. That's a lot of belts, Mr. Canelo. But they should be deported. They should be expatriated along with jeez, dude, that fucking, he's sitting here, it's like, all right, man, I get it. You're about to fight. You want a nice loose jaw, you know. I get it. You look really fucking weird. Starting to make me nervous. But anyway, what the fuck was that one? What the fuck was that one? He literally went. Anyway, but yeah, those people should be exiled. They literally should be exiled to a nation that would be willing to take them. You know, along with the people who come here and claim asylum. Like literally, that's what happened with my wife. When my wife came here, she wanted to do things the right way. She didn't want to do things the wrong way. And sure enough, it's paid off, because now people are getting deported, and there's no risk of her, like, there's no risk of them being able to be like, oh, you lied about here. You came here and, like, literally, people were telling her you should just tell them you're gay and that people in Brazil would kill you for being gay, and that's why you need to be here. And she was like, what? No. And sure enough, she's married to me. So that would have been a situation where they were like, okay, so you said you came here and you were a lesbian. You were not into men in any way, shape, or form. But now you're married to a man. At best, they're going to be like, well, you can go back. At worst, they're going to be like, that's fraud. We're going to arrest you. She didn't do that, and I thank God every day. You know? Fucking, but you have tons of people who do that. They claim asylum, and they're like, yeah, I like penis in my mouth. And then they get married to somebody here that's a girl, you know? But anyway, so there's a jab right out the gate from Crawford. Doesn't really land. You can tell Crawford's a little bit bigger than Canelo, you know? Canelo is known for his evasive maneuvers, his evasive capabilities, his ability to not get hit. So that's going to help him. But if he does get hit, there's a chance that it's really going to fucking hurt when Crawford does nail him, you know? So you have Canelo just kind of standing in front of him right now. I think he's waiting for Crawford to make a real move. I think he wants to see a little bit of what Crawford has to offer. I don't think he wants to show his hand a little bit too early, you know. I think he's waiting to see what happens. Crawford throws a jab. Canelo's out of the way. See, Canelo's head movement is nice because it never stops. You know, you never see him stop that head movement. There's always there, right? And excuse me. That's another thing is there's a lot of boxing coaches out there that would consider that amount of head movement to be wasted energy. And I mean, yeah, don't get me wrong. Like, if you keep doing it for a long time, it'll start to get tiring. But you know what else gets tiring? Getting fucking hit. Getting hit tires you out. You know, it sucks. It doesn't just hurt. It makes you physically tired. So it's kind of a good trade-off, in my opinion, to be just constantly a little bit of head movement, a little bit of swagger. You know, there's a left hook to the body from Canelo. Somebody threw a punch that landed somewhere before that. I don't know if it was Canelo or who it was. Ooh, okay. You see, this is a southpaw versus orthodox battle, and what's his face? Crawford just slapped Canelo with a left hook. Canelo just threw a stiff cross to the body as well. There's a jab followed by a right hook from Canelo, and neither of them landed. There's a triple jab from Crawford followed by a cross to the body. I think the cross to the body might have landed, but the triple jab did not. Canelo returned with something I don't think landed. It's a cross right up the middle. I don't think it landed. That cross may have gotten through partially. Crawford throwing a couple punches over the last 30 seconds. None of them really landed either. They're feeling each other out. They're testing each other out, you know. Trying to find timing, trying to find range, you know, nothing too crazy. This is a 12-round fight, so they got plenty of time, you know. What's just released on Netflix? I think we're gonna have a very safe first few rounds, says Shukya. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. You know. Why you need anything more than Scott commentary is beyond me. I know. I'm perfect at it. Canelo just threw something. Crawford threw something back. There was a two-piece. What kind of two-piece? I don't know if that was a second ago. I don't remember. But yeah, Canelo did get hit with that rear hook. That was the best punch of the round. But honestly, I don't know who I would give that round to. The best punch of the round was probably what's-his-face's. But there were a lot of punches that Canelo threw that did connect that were also pretty hard as well, you know? I mean, Canelo basically just got slapped with a left hook, you know? He didn't really get like rocked with it or anything like that. It was almost like not like a slapping left hook, but you just saw there was no real power behind it or anything like that, you know? So it's like I don't even know who I'd give that round to. Ooh, there's a return jab cross from Crawford that appeared to land, specifically that return cross. There's a swing and a miss from Canelo. There's a couple of jabs from Crawford. There's a left hook from Canelo that just barely missed its mark. Cross up the middle from Canelo that didn't make its mark either. So it looks like Canelo went to the body there. It might have landed, and Crawford tried to go up top on the same side, but he didn't quite make it. It's a cross from Canelo. Didn't quite land. See, Crawford's using angulation pretty good right now, meaning like when he's not throwing, he's moving a lot of the time, you know? Like if he doesn't like the situation, he's not just dealing with it. He's angling out like he just did. And there's been multiple times where Canelo steps in to try and throw, say, like a straight right or something like that, and Crawford's already halfway out of there. And that's another example, is he throws that hook, which actually did land, but it landed in kind of a weird spot on the body because of the way that Crawford was using that angulation. That cross to the body did land. There's a couple of punches that I don't believe landed from Crawford. There's a hook to the body from Canelo. I'm a little bit nervous about that hook to the body that Canelo's thrown. He's thrown it like this, which, you know, means his head is a little bit exposed. You know, he got his head off the center line just a little bit that time when he threw it, you know. I would assume he's throwing to the body to try and get Crawford to drop his hands, because in addition to that movement that he's utilizing, he's also got his hands high, and it's making it a little A little hard for Canelo to land. One thing Canelo throws a right hook and Crawford counters with something that I'm not sure if it actually landed. I was gonna say, does it look like Crawford's gloves are a little bit bigger than Canelo's to you guys? Like just compare the look of the gloves. It looks like Crawford's gloves may be a little bit wider, a little bit puffier, right? I don't know what the deal with that is, but there's an obvious benefit to that in that the wider your gloves are, the more surface area there is to catch a punch with. I'm not trying to say fucking Crawford's cheating. That was a nice jab from Canelo. Seemed to make a mark there. But what I was saying is like that's a little like I don't want to say oh fucking Crawford's cheating, but like it really is a little bit weird. And I don't know how they choose gloves for boxing matches, but like I know they have to be the same size, meaning like the same like you can't have somebody do 12-ounce gloves and then somebody else does 8-ounce gloves. That's not the way it works. It has to be 12 ounces, 14 ounces, however many ounces, right? But like you'll notice that there's different brands that are sometimes used by different guys, and it's like I don't know how they choose that. I don't know I'm not really a boxing fan like that, so I don't know about the politics behind everything, I just think it's interesting and a little bit strange. Is it my internet or is stream resolution for the fight like 480p? David says, never mind, I just fixed it. So it literally was 480p. Frozen says he loads his gloves. That'd be pretty crazy. Fuck. This is the Scott cast now. First episode is with Sam Hyde. The title is Why Did You Abandon Me, Father? That'd be a good one. I should hit up Sam and be like, yo, dude, would it be cool if you just like did a quick hour on my podcast? And then I assault him with abandoned son type questions. Like just tell me why. Was mom not good enough? Did you did you ever get like another family or something? Was I not good enough? Did I do something? So some punches exchanged so far. Nothing too crazy. Looks like that soft uppercut to the body got through for Crawford. Canelo throws a hook to the body that appears to have landed, and Crawford tries to what's he trying to do? He tries to return, but it doesn't quite work. So Crawford is on his horse. He's making sure to move a lot. He is angling out specifically to Canelo's left side because he's circling away from his power side, which is going to be his right side. Canelo has to cut the ring off. He has to put him against the ropes and do exactly what he just did there, right? Except he can't let Crawford fight his way out. He did a good job of cutting the ring off there. I don't know if that landed or not. That might have landed. That cross to the body definitely landed. But he has to cut the ring off and then not let Crawford fight his way out. Like what he's doing right here is good. He let Crawford out of that corner only to put him in another corner, And what he's doing there is he's kind of over pursuing a little bit at this point. And because of that, Crawford is taking the punch, whether whether it scores or not, and he's moving out. He's moving out of the way, So again, Canelo favoring that hook to the body. I'm wondering what his intent there is. I would assume maybe it's to lower the hands as time goes on, specifically that lead hand, but other than that, I'm wondering, maybe he's just trying to throw where he feels like he can land so that he can hopefully outpoint. Ooh, that cross may have partially gotten through. It may have partially gotten through. It's a flicking jab from Crawford. I think it might have either landed or just barely missed. It's kind of hard to tell who I think is winning right now. I got to be honest with you. That first round, I'm still not. Ooh, that was a nice counter from Crawford. He counters the hook to the body with a cross right up the middle, and then I believe it was a short hook. The cross definitely landed. The hook may not have, but I still don't know who that first round would go to. I don't even really know who the second round would go to, and this round is a little bit tough to decide as well. I feel like they both have been pretty consistent. I feel like they've both been pretty consistent. Maybe I'd give the third round to Crawford. Maybe. But other than that, I don't know who the first 2 rounds are going to go to. I got to be real with you guys, you know? Just openly weeping and banging the table in front of Sam while he keeps saying, I don't know what you're talking about. Please let me go. I've been trapped in your basement for days. That'd be pretty good. Oh, man. Frozen, I see you just delete. I see you deleted something. I'm interested in what you deleted. Oh, that's the he loads his gloves joke. Oh, I see. He's getting frustrated because he's making you're making him miss. I don't know who's I don't know who was saying that about the frustrated because you're making him miss thing. I don't know if that was Crawford's corner or if it was Canelo's corner, but I would assume it was Crawford's corner because Crawford has been doing a pretty good job at making Canelo miss so far. You know, and if Crawford can keep making him miss, he's going to take this home, you know? But it's like I said, Canelo, well, yeah, Crawford's doing a good job at making Canelo miss, and then also he's doing a good job at throwing. Yeah, they have it 3 rounds for Crawford right now. But yeah, Crawford is not even really throwing power like that. He's throwing volume. He's throwing quick, snappy combinations, and that's what's giving him these rounds if he does have these rounds, you know? It's like I said, the last round I think I would give to Crawford, and so far, we're not even a minute into this round, but I would give the round to Crawford so far, you know? I think Canelo needs to probably start thinking volume more so than trying to land punches that are really going to knock him out. And you see what I'm talking about here. Canelo did a really good job of walking Crawford into the corner, and that stressed him out big time. If he can keep walking Crawford into the corner, eventually Crawford's going to make a mistake trying to get out. You saw how stressed, how frantic he was to get out of there. Canelo lands a jab over Crawford's flicking jab, and it was a kind of a stiff jab. You're seeing Canelo like he's still missing, but he's not missing like he was. That was a nice jab from Canelo. You're seeing Crawford make Canelo miss, but he's not missing by as wide a margin. I think the output is potentially already starting to get to Crawford a little bit, you know? Either that or maybe Canelo's just starting to figure out his timing and his movement, so he is doing a better job at negating it, you know? That was a nice cross up the middle from Canelo. That was a nice hook to the body from Canelo. Yeah, you're starting to see Canelo get comfortable, and you're starting to see him pick shots. He's starting to pick Crawford apart just a little bit. And what you're noticing is Crawford is not countering the way that he was even in the beginning of this round. Literally, like a third of the way to a halfway through this round, you start to see everything kind of switch up. I would give this round, as of right now, we still have 40 seconds, the better part of a minute. As of right now, I would give this round to Canelo, honestly, you know? Like Crawford is still active. It's not like Canelo's beating the fuck out of him, but you're starting to see the difference, and you're starting to see Canelo land a little bit more at will. Like I said, he's picking single shots that he's able to sneak through, you know? We got 15 seconds in this round, and Crawford really just wants to stay away from him. You know, Canelo doesn't want to overexert or anything either. I think he probably feels like he's got this round, and he doesn't want to end on a bad note, you know? There was a cross right there at the end of the round. That gave the round to Canelo, and that's exactly what I was talking about. Is I think Canelo was probably a little cautious, because what'll happen every now and again is they refer to it as stealing rounds. What that means is somebody's winning the whole round, and then their opponent has a really good 30 seconds, maybe 45 seconds, maybe even a full minute, right? Most of the round was being won by one guy, but the other guy, because he picked it up hard over the last minute or so, the judges are like, they have a bias towards that. There's a recency bias, and they give the round to the guy who won the last minute of it, right? So I think Canelo was kind of biding his time, like, okay, I don't want to run into a counterattack that makes me look bad in the last 10 seconds. but then he noticed something and he was able to stagger what's his face Crawford. There's Logan Paul. He was able to stagger Crawford, which put him in a position to look really, really good at the end of that round. You should bedazzle your gi with the Irish colors like Canelo's trunks. That's what I'm gonna do. Better yet, I can use the Mexican colors like Canelo's trunks. I really don't know shit about boxing other than Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, Rocky Marciano, and the whole Pacquiao-Mayweather drama. Are these fellas the biggest card of the year? I'd say they probably are. This is the only card of the year that I gave a shit to watch. Other than that, I know that there was Usyk versus Fury. That was a pretty big one. There was a couple more too. But this I think is probably the biggest card of the year. That was a nice slip from Canelo. Yeah. I think you're starting to see Canelo come alive a little bit. He's got wow, they really the unofficial scorecard still gave round 4 to Crawford. That's bullshit. I think that's bullshit. I think that was Canelo's round. I got to be honest with you. I will not fight him giving the first 3 rounds to Crawford, but the 4th round was Canelo. And you're seeing Canelo come alive more and more. He's in there, he throws whatever he throws, Crawford tries to counter, and he's all the way out before Crawford is able to fucking counter. You're seeing it now. You're seeing that in and out motion. You're seeing that head movement that Canelo is known for. That looked like it may have gotten through that counter cross from Crawford. Wow, that was beautiful. That jab followed by the head movement to get out of the way of the counter hook. You're starting to see Canelo come alive. And that last round, in my opinion, was Canelo's. This round so far, Canelo's. We have a little bit under half the round left, and I think we've seen him land more. I think we're seeing him make Crawford miss. I don't know if that punch landed. The other one definitely did not. Jab high, followed by a cross low by a Canelo, mostly just touching. Ooh, that footwork from Crawford getting off. So Canelo definitely landed, and then I think he avoided most of those punches from that last one. Canelo throws an overhand right, a right hook more so, and then he throws a hook to the body. There's a hook to the body again from Canelo, left hook to the body this time. I'm actually locked into this fight right now. So there was a, whoa, pick him up and throw him out of the fucking ring. Yeah, there was a cross from Canelo that I don't think landed, and then he got out of the way of the counter. What you're seeing is Crawford is not able to make him miss by as large of a margin, and Canelo is making Crawford miss by an increasingly large margin. If this continues, if this pattern continues, we're eventually, especially over the next round or two, if it continues at the rate it has been, we're going to see Canelo starting to land pretty much whenever he feels like, and there may be a knockout around maybe round 8 or 9, maybe 10. Maybe, we'll see, We're both getting old. Our eyes weren't what they used to. Yes. I paused the stream, and now I think I'm at the same point in the fight as Scott. Were you ahead of me, Shook ya? Crazy that this fight is sponsored by a credit bureau. Yeah. Yes, it is. Love how much money Saudi Arabia spends to try and convince people to visit their hellscape of a country. Yeah, that's exactly where I want to go. Is for high class goy slop, and that's where I want to go, for high class goy slop, and what's it called? Fucking like sand. Oh, looks like Canelo ate at least one of those on his way out. You see, finally they give a round to Canelo, So Crawford trying to keep the pace high so that Canelo can't set. That's what he's trying to do right there. Ooh, that was a nice jab from Crawford, looked like. I looked away like as it was going out there, and it looked like it snapped his head back. Canelo was going to throw him out the ring. Yeah, he was. That was kind of funny. It looked like a jab from Crawford. Not 100% sure. Somebody said there was a swelling around the right eye of Canelo, I guess. Interesting. The right eye. Yeah. That makes sense. That's where the power's coming from. See, Crawford's doing a little bit better now with his footwork and stuff like that, but Canelo's head movement is still serving him a little bit. So even though Crawford's coming alive a little bit more, he's not exactly where he probably wants to be. I'd be a little bit nervous if I was him, honestly. Oh, looks like yeah, it looks like Canelo hit him in the cup by mistake. Yeah, I agree with the commentators. I think Crawford is a little bit more comfortable than he was in the fifth. I think Canelo has slowed down too. I don't know why. If it's tired, if it's that he's like, okay, we're halfway through the fight. We're gonna take the back six. I don't know what the deal with that is. Because that's the thing about boxing is that like these dudes they plan for 12-round fights. They'll literally be like, okay, you're gonna let him have the first four, and you're gonna take the rest, or you're gonna take the first 2 rounds off. You're gonna put in work for the next 4 rounds. Then you're gonna take a couple rounds off. Then you're gonna, like they'll literally game plan in that way. So I don't know like what exactly is going on with Canelo. But he definitely is not as active as he was. And because of that, like it's going to be kind of hard to give this round to Canelo. I think it is probably Crawford because Crawford has landed more and, in my opinion, more conspicuously to Canelo. Very curious how this is going to be judged. It's like I said, I think he took round 4 and 5, meaning Canelo. Round 6, I think that was Crawford. The first 3 rounds, I think some of them could have gone either way. Some of them could have gone to Crawford. If you want to be as charitable as possible to Crawford, you could say he took those first 3 rounds. But rounds 4 and 5, I think were definitely Canelo rounds. So it is now 4 rounds to 2 with 6 rounds left in this fight. So there is still quite a bit more fight to go. And it's like I said, these guys game plan around the idea of, okay, we're gonna take round 6 off. Okay, round 6, you're gonna conserve energy. See, yeah, there's that jab that I was talking about. That was a nice jab. There was almost a cross from almost a return cross from Canelo. Here we are. They're standing in the front. Ooh. So they're kind of trading right now. Crawford's getting through every now and again. You see, Canelo's swinging big and he's missing big, and that's part of the issue with them right now. Is that he's telegraphing some of his punches, and because of that, Crawford's having an easy time getting out of the way. He needs to walk Crawford against the ropes, like Crawford has been allowing him to do. Like right here, this is where you want to see him start to really work, and it'd be nice to see more combinations and stuff like that. Shit that's a little bit less telegraphed, but it is what it is. I don't know if any of those landed. I think that hook may have landed from Crawford, but I don't think the other two did. You see, he's throwing at Crawford's guard right now. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Is Crawford's gloves definitely look bigger. Baby, do me a favor. Compare the two gloves being worn by them. Do either of their gloves look bigger to you?
Um, yes,
Whose?
the black guy
Yeah, that's really weird.
looks bigger.
Yeah, and that matters because defensively, it makes your high guard a little bit harder to penetrate. We have the corner, Crawford punching his way out. I don't think he did. I don't think he gave as good as he got. I didn't see anything major from Crawford. I saw Crawford taking some light jabs to the head. I don't think anyone really gave that good in the first place, you know? These guys are really glazing Crawford. It's kind of interesting to see, you know? So there's that right hook from Canelo, you know? There's a jab from Crawford. Seems like it may have just barely landed. Again, like it's tough to not give this round to Crawford as well, you know? It's just like Canelo's not that active, and when he is active, he's throwing he's throwing telegraphed punches and stuff like that, you know? Judge's card is not looking good for Canelo. That's not the judge's card. That's the unofficial scorecard. So yeah, I mean, you know, Crawford's corner basically just telling him to do more of the same. I'm trying to listen to the what is that fucking what is that advice? He's not telling him, hey, here's how we're gonna fix the issues. We're gonna make this work. He's just like, hey, we came here to win. We have to have a lot of heart. It's like, yeah, I think we get this at this stage of the game that you have to have a lot of heart. I think that's understood. Fucking, like, you got to give him advice on how to actually hit Terrence Crawford here because he's simply not able to put leather on Terrence. You know? I really, really don't like those gloves now that I'm thinking about it. Like, you're seeing somebody who has bigger gloves, clearly. I'm not the only one to notice it. Who is not getting hit partially because his high fucking guard is up. That's really weird to see. I don't like it's just strange, but overall, like, it is kind of a pain in the ass to see Canelo not landing because he's throwing like one or two punches at a time and they're big shots. They're hard shots, you know? If you're not hitting, you gotta change that game plan a little bit, you know? Just telling them we have to have heart. It's like, yeah, I know. Fucking like, but the game plan ain't working. You know, at this stage, at this height of the fight game, heart is not the problem that somebody is going to have. It's going to be whatever game plan they prepared for, you know? I'm curious about something. Yo, fucking, why do Crawford's gloves look bigger than Canelo's 27 minutes ago? Why do Crawford's gloves already look super worn in? Brand new gloves are very taut and should not have this much creasing because the padding hasn't been compressed. There was already a glove controversy with Crawford when his gloves exploded at the seams in the Jew avocado fight. Somebody did a Jewish star, a Star of David with an avocado emoji after that. Why does Crawford's gloves look 2 times bigger than Canelo's? Why are Crawford's gloves so big? Is it just me, or does Crawford's gloves look extra big? Anyone else think that Crawford's gloves look massive? Look like 2 pillows. Terrence Crawford's gloves got to be inspected really good tonight. These are the gloves against David Avanesian. Say no to tampered gloves. Apparently, he had some tampered gloves in another fight. That's really fucking strange here. Here's the thing too, right? Part of the issue here is what Canelo is doing and what Terrence is doing. The game plans that they brought for each other are playing into this a little bit. But I've seen Crawford, when he is not able to use the game plan to make him miss, he is using the high guard to make him miss. And when your gloves are that much bigger than somebody else's, that means that there is more, like I said, surface area to deflect the glove that is coming in at you. That's why in MMA, it's a little harder to get away with the high guard. In bare knuckle boxing, it's even harder, because in MMA, at least you have some padding here. In bare knuckle, you have no padding, you know? It's like, what the fuck? I don't know. I don't even know what just happened there. Again, like this is what I'm talking about. You're seeing that high guard utilized. You're seeing that shell being utilized by fucking what's his face, by Crawford. You know, I mean, look at the size of the gloves comparatively. I don't know what happened. Did somebody get hit in the nuts or something? Bang. Oh, there was a headbutt. Okay. It's like I said, if there's gonna be a clash of heads, you might as well be the one who gets something out of it instead of somebody else getting something out of you, you know? Canelo and Crawford both using 8-ounce Mexican style gloves. It's gonna be serious. You don't use Mexican style gloves for no reason. All of these boxing okay. So apparently they're using 8-ounce gloves. Those gloves that Crawford is using, I'm not gonna lie to you, they don't look like 8 ounces. I'm gonna show you something that's twice as big as an 8-ounce glove. This right here is a 16-ounce glove. Those gloves, from what I can see, they look about as big as this 16-ounce glove right here. And that to me matters, right? Because there were rounds where Crawford was not able to use his footwork. He was not able to use his head movement or any head movement, but he was able to use his high guard. And when he's able to use his high guard, like right there, he used his high guard and he used that glove to deflect Canelo's right hook. This needs to be looked at. They need to look at this, because what is supposed to be an 8-ounce glove looks like a fucking 16-ounce glove. That's not... Again, I don't know the politics of boxing. I don't know how it all fucking works and shit like that. I don't know who picks the gloves. I don't know if everybody has to be like signing off on each other's gloves and stuff like that. I have no fucking clue. I don't know how it works. I don't know if I don't know if you supply your own, if somebody supplies them for you. Beats the fuck out of me. All I know is that those gloves look suspect enough as to where I'm now fixated on them. And I'm like, huh. Like, are those 8 ounces? Who okayed those gloves? What is going on, you know? Again, like Crawford's gloves are like half his body size. It's not Canelo versus Crawford, it's Alvarez. Why does Crawford's gloves look 10 pounds bigger? Excuse me. I might be stupid, but is it just me, or does Crawford's gloves look bigger than Canelo's? I'm just on Twitter right now. I typed in Crawford's gloves. Nobody's even saying like, nah, dude. Nobody's even sitting here like, nah, bro. It's not what you think. It's not what you fucking think, bro. Nobody's saying anything like that. I'm looking for one. I'm looking for one person who is like, nah, actually, they're not bigger. Somebody said Alakel's gloves look smaller than Crawford's, or maybe I'm crazy. Fucking look at that, dude. Please check Crawford's gloves thoroughly. 13 hours ago, somebody said, please check Crawford's gloves thoroughly. 13 hours ago. And there's a YouTube channel that says Cheat Chronicles mini documentary featuring Terrence Crawford, Errol Spence, Victor Conti, and Canelo. Interesting. Something's fishy here, dude. You know, like I'm not some kind of Canelo stan. I'm not a simp. It is what it is. I wanted him to win. As of right now, I don't think he's gonna win. It just is what it is. Whatever. I don't get that upset about shit. But like what makes me upset is when you see weird shit like that. And you know all the black dudes on Twitter are gonna be like, hey, yo, all y'all white folks always trying to fucking say we cheating and shit. You just suck. You know, like that's I can already hear black Twitter, but there's definitely something that needs like they need to take a look at those gloves. They need to figure it out and at least confirm that nothing's. I mean, even look at the difference in the tape. Look at Canelo's gloves, right? Look at where the tape ends. It ends in the same place as where Crawford's gloves do. But you see, it's just flat all the way down. Crawford's gloves go like that. Like, take a look. They'll have a closer look at them, right? You see what I'm talking about there? Do you see what I'm fucking talking about? That's really fucking fishy, dude. They should provided gloves by the organization. Yeah, they definitely should have. You know? It's like, fuck, man. Like, they should make gloves. And if somebody wants a certain whatever on the gloves, it's like the UFC fight kits. Like if you're fighting for if you're important enough in the UFC, you can have a specific fight kit made for you. You can have trunks that are designed by you or for you or whatever, you know? They should have the same thing with the gloves. If you want sponsors on the gloves, if you want I suck penis on the gloves, you can have it, but you have to go through an organization that is going to make the same kind of glove the same way for each guy, you know? It's really fucking weird. Unless a TKO happens, I think it's Crawford. Yeah, I think it's Crawford too, you know? I think it's Crawford as well. Oh, excuse me. Crawford got cut by Canelo. Yeah, it was the headbutt. Round 10 of 12, you know? Would have been nice to see a short uppercut from Canelo. That would have been funny if that put the dude out. Scott goes into the ring with "I suck penis" on the gloves. Let's go, yeah. That's my brand. That's my Teddy Fresh. That's my Teddy Fresh. That's my Cash Star Academy. Is "I suck penis." Yeah, I mean, you know, Crawford's definitely winning this on the scorecards. You know, Canelo needs a TKO. Again, look at this. Look at the glove different. Do you see what I'm talking about with those gloves, right? In this case, he knocked the glove out of the way and was able to actually land. That was good, right? But look at what I'm talking about with the tape, for instance, right? Now that we're getting shit, you see that. You fucking see that, dude. even the difference in the taping of the gloves. You see on fucking his gloves, on Crawford's gloves, the top of the tape does that, and then it goes all the way down to the bottom because the wrist evens out, you know? Canelo's gloves, they're taped up to the same level, but they're because the gloves themselves are not extra wide or anything like that, you know? It's like, what the fuck, dude? And the thing is, like, gloves come in different shapes and sizes, right? Like, these are 16-ounce gloves. They have a pretty low profile, right? You can get tie gloves that are a little bit wider. The padding is not as dense, you know, it's a little less dense. So because of that, the glove, the profile is a little bit wider, right? Like, I feel like that's the situation that, okay, maybe these are 8-ounce gloves. Maybe, I don't know. But the type of glove that was utilized was specifically picked out by Crawford and his team for having a much higher profile. Or what they very well could be is 16-ounce gloves with a higher profile, you know? It's just weird, dude. It's fucking strange. Does Crawford have longer fingers? Yeah, he's a salad fingers. Crawford's gloves look bigger. It's crazy for a sport with this much money involved that there aren't better standards. Not just money involved, but like not just money involved, but careers involved, you know? Like, if you get one loss, ooh, that was a nice overhand, right? If you get one loss, all of a sudden people are like, nah, I don't think he's the GOAT, you know? Like, people are gonna say that Crawford is the GOAT now, or he's the greatest of a generation or whatever. They're gonna say that type of weird shit. It wouldn't surprise me if there's a rematch after this. That was a nice cross from uppercut cross from Canelo, you know? Nice double jab from Crawford. You know, it's not just money, what I was trying to say. It's careers and it's brain damage, you know? There's a guy, I believe his name was Billy Conlon or something like that, or Collins or something like that. His career, I believe there's a documentary about it called Assault in the Ring or something like that. And there was this dude who was a prospect coming up out of somewhere in the United States. And he fought a dude who loaded his wraps with plaster. No, actually, no, he didn't load his wraps with plaster. He actually tampered with the gloves. What he did is he cut inside of the gloves, or somebody did from his camp, and they removed some of the stuffing from the gloves so that there was less padding. And this dude took such a bad beating with those tampered with gloves that it ended his career. That it gave him a type of brain damage that made it harder for him to function. And because of that, it ended his career. And I think the dude is dead now. I think he got into alcohol and he might have been a drunk drive. He might have drunk drove and died in a crash, I think is what it might have been. But like, when you fuck around like this, you end up in a situation where like people are not getting, first off, what they deserve. But then second off, it's a situation where like people are seriously getting injured, you know? I'm curious about this guy now. Yes. Billy Collins Jr. was an American professional boxer who competed from 1981 to 1983. He was undefeated before his career was cut short after his final fight when he sustained serious injuries against Luis Resto in their 10-round bout. Aided by his trainer, Panama Lewis, Resto used illegal tampered gloves with an ounce of the glove's cushioning removed, along with hand wraps that had been soaked in plaster of Paris. Oh, so it was both. That's insane. But yeah, that's the type of shit that can happen. You know, he died in 1984 at age 22. Injuries and auto accident. In the resto fight, Collins' eyes were swollen shut. He suffered from a torn iris and permanently blurred vision, which left him unable to box again. On March 6th, 1984, Collins was killed when the car in which he and his best friend were driving crashed into a culvert near his home in Antioch, Tennessee, a suburb of Nashville. The autopsy showed he died a short time later at the scene of the accident. According to an account in Sports Illustrated, the crash was intentional. Yep. This is the type of shit that can sometimes happen, you know? People's lives are forever changed in situations like that, you know? And if we're in a situation where what's his face, Crawford has gloves that are not the same specifications as fucking Canelo, and it's also really weird that there's been tampered with gloves in the past, according to some people in the boxing world, from Crawford specifically. That's not good. That's not okay, you know? No, that's just disgusting. Got a little over 20 seconds left. This is the 12th round. Unless it is a KO, it's going to go to Crawford. Again, they need to check those fucking gloves. I'm just curious what happens if I type in Crawford. Yeah, I mean, I didn't expect tons of people. I didn't expect tons of people to be talking about that. But you know, people saying Terrence Crawford is one of the greats, top 5 of all time. No, definitely not. Definitely not. I don't even think Canelo is top 5 of all time, if I'm being honest with you. Even just typing in gloves. Yes, Netflix has ads on this live event. Yes. Ah, that's unfortunate. It's very stupid. Yeah, now I'm sitting here like, okay, what about the wraps? What do the wraps look like? But no, the wraps look fine to me. Again, it's those gloves. What the fucking Mr. Beast? Why are they showing Mr. Beast? Yeah, fucking Dave Chappelle too. So they're handing over all the belts. Yo, that dude behind him needs to shut the fuck up. I don't know who the fuck the bucket hat retard is behind him, but he needs to shut the fuck up. It's like his team is ruining the moment for him. This is obviously a solemn this is a solemn emotional moment for him. He doesn't want to be like, yeah, he's literally tears in his eye like, "Oh man, fuck." And you got some fucking loudmouth asshole behind him like, "That's right. You're the best. That's right." Saul Spanko just tuned in. Who do you think really won? Nah, I think Crawford took that. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm skeptical of one thing, and that is the difference in the gloves. Hold on. Oh, hold. I gotta see his right wrap again. I said I took a look at the wraps and I didn't think they were bad. I didn't think there was an issue, but I saw something weird on the right wrap. I want to see him raise his hand like that again so I can see the inside of the wrap. I don't know what it even would be. I just saw like something weird. It was like a weird splotch. And I want to get another look at that. But yeah, the gloves controversy. I'm not the only one who noticed it. A lot of other people noticed it independent of anything that I said. Like that fucking matters. And that matters a lot, you know? I had to mute. My wife wants to see the Canelo fight. We went to get groceries and paused before the fight. Man, why does Canelo look Irish? He probably is Irish. Oh, man. I wanted to see the wraps. Not just the wraps out here, but the wraps in here. No, no, he's not. Fucking Holyfield. That's his paid hype man. That wouldn't surprise me, David Hideo. Was it a good fight at least? Wasn't a terrible fight. Eh,
First and foremost, I want to thank everyone that came to support it. It's always been a winner for being here. A winner for being here. There's no defeat here. The fact that I'm here makes me already a winner. I've done everything in my career. I've come to life to actually take risks. And that's what I did. I take risks. And when the money fighter of an era is willing to fight everyone to get a great era in boxing, Crawford someone that you want to fight again?
Yeah, do you guys see, like... Fucking... I'm being lazy here, right? Look at this, right? You see what you guys, hold on. I want to see if I can find a better picture. Fucking hold on. Hold on. I think this is it. No, but like Terrence Crawford is wearing these pink gloves that look huge, right? Like these he's wearing gloves like these ones, not these.
Canelo Alvarez, the reason it's been such a pleasure to have you as the face of boxing is because of that. In victory and defeat, Canelo Alvarez is everything that's good about boxing. Thank you, Canelo. Thank you.
Yeah. So I was hoping to find a better picture, right? I was hoping to find a better picture, but you see what I'm talking about here, right? I can't really zoom in that well, but you see 1 and then 2. They taper off versus Canelo's where they're just straight. They're taped up to the same point. So why are these gloves so big that they taper down here and then go straight where the wrist and the forearm comes into play? Meanwhile, Canelo's gloves are straight the entire time. That's really fucking strange. And again, like people, it's a funny joke. This is a funny joke, but imagine trying to hit somebody who has these gloves. It'd be fucking ridiculous. You wouldn't be able to. There's too much surface area for you to be able to sneak in. Now, obviously, that's ridiculous. It's crazy. This is an overrepresentation, but it's the same idea. These gloves versus these gloves cover so much of the fucking head that it's that much harder to sneak anything around behind or to sneak anything, in the front. It makes it that much harder. And that's what I'm upset about. Because if there's one thing, right? If there's one thing that Crawford did very well, it was his footwork. But it wasn't that good for the entirety of the fight. There were plenty of rounds in there where Canelo was throwing at the dude, and he wasn't able to use the footwork to make him miss. Instead, he was using the high guard. He was using the shell to defend. That matters. That makes a difference. If he didn't have those gloves, if he had gloves that were actually the right size by my estimation, right? I have a feeling Canelo probably could have got through at least a little bit more. And maybe some of those rounds that went Crawford's way, maybe they would have went his way. Maybe they would have went his way, And that's what I'm pissed off about, is that I feel that there was unfair play, that there was some kind of cheating, And it's like fucking A, dude. What the hell is going on here? The Nebraska State Athletic Commission allowed Terrence Crawford to start the 6th round with 2 busted gloves in that round. Crawford KOs Avanesian with a glancing punch. Interesting. This is from December 2022, and that is apparently his home state, Omaha, Nebraska, apparently. You know, Canelo looks like Canelo looks like his come to KO. Crawford gloves look like pillows. What? Fucking. Anyone else think that Crawford's gloves look massive, look like two pillows? This biased, fucking corrupt commentary at Netflix for Crawford makes it obvious the fix is in. They're going to rob Canelo blind. This guy blows his load when Crawford hits a glove, but ignores when Canelo lands a monster clean 2 lead. Okay, well, I figured he was going to mention something about gloves. He just mentioned, about Jews, I guess. Crawford's gloves look like that chalk candy you get for Valentine's Day. They kind of do. They kind of do. But I'm just curious if there's anything. Hold on. Are those the gloves that he actually used, though? Well, like it really doesn't matter that much if we're being honest here. It is what it is. Like, if something is off, they'll figure it out and they'll do something. It's just so fucking weird to see, dude. I don't know which one of these pairs he picked. I don't know. Beats me, but it's just ridiculous. Wait, so is he cheating? I just tuned in to the stream, not to the fight. I watched the whole fight. Or are bigger gloves cheating? Would this have been brought up before a fight as big as this? I think USA needed a win. I think the USA needs a win, but I don't think Crawford is the guy to deliver that win, if I'm just being completely and totally honest with you. And there's reasons for that. But the issue that I have, and I am not one for boxing politics, I don't know exactly how it works, but in the MMA world, you do not supply your own gloves. You do not source your own gloves. Whoever you are fighting for supplies the gloves for you, or a state athletic commission will supply the gloves for you. That way, everybody gets exactly the same. So there's no weird shit where, again, you have gloves that are this wide and somebody else only has gloves that are like that wide. So this portion right here is chopped off. So the other guy is a lot easier to hit. Meanwhile, you have a fucking wall, right? Again, look at how wide this is. Look at it's as big as my head. This glove looks like it has fucking red hair, right? I would love in a fight to have a glove this wide that I could use, because when I shell up, right? I mean, look, from the side, you can barely see my head. From the front, right? If I was to shell up going, middle finger to the front of the head, right? You see how much of my head is fucking protected here? That's what confuses me as an MMA guy, where every time I've ever fought, we got the same exact gloves as each other. It's just maybe one of the kits that we got was blue and the kit that he got was red, or vice versa. That way we know who the blue and the red corner is at all times, right? Again, I don't know what boxing politics are like. I don't know what the deal with it is. I don't know how people pick what they pick. Beats me. I couldn't tell you. But to me, it seems a little fucking weird that his gloves were noticeably bigger than Canelo's the entire time, and half the fight was spent with him deflecting punches off of my fucking wife's hair. My wife's hair was in the glove. Fucking half the fight was spent with him deflecting punches off of his guard. That's all I'm saying, Canelo's corner also didn't give good advice through the fight. He definitely would not. They definitely did not. Excuse me. This is important to ask Scott. Would you watch BattleBots plus boxing? I mean, not right now, because it kind of sucks. Like maybe when the BattleBots get better. But like, even then, it's like, what would be the point? You know, like what is fun about combat sports is seeing the human ideal, seeing the grit, seeing people who actually have something to lose. When a robot gets destroyed, you can just rebuild it. You know, there's no real like guts or glory or anything like that. You know, so like yeah, it seems like it'd be funny. You know, but it's like, you know, seems like it'd be interesting to watch like once or twice, but I wouldn't be like totally into it, you know? Wife's hair in the gloves, lol, oops. One last question. Are there disadvantages to this for the bearer of the big gloves? Thank you so much for the detailed answer. Love you, Scott, as much as a fan can. Wish I had more times to watch your streams. Hey, that's all right, Vic. You know, I'm glad you're here. Glad you're here right now. Disadvantages. So, the disadvantages would not be nearly as wide or as big as the advantages. The bigger the glove, the heavier the glove, right? And I don't know if that glove was heavier or if it was just bigger, but regardless, the bigger the glove, the more the padding is going to absorb some of the impact, which means the punch is going to hurt or damage a little bit less. But you're still getting hit in the fucking head by a trained boxer. So, you know, it's not going to make that much of a difference, you know? Fucking, what's it called? What was I going to say? Other than that, like, if it is truly heavier, the punches might be slower. But again, it would be negligible. All the differences would be negligible. Even though they're there, they wouldn't matter that much. But again, the protection, look, here's my fist. You see how much of my face you can see? From the front, right? Let's say I try to shell up here, right? You see how much of my face, how much of my head is visible, right? I'm here. You can see me, right? I don't have two gloves. I lost my other glove. I still haven't found it. I don't know where it is. I've been borrowing gloves at the gym. But again, compared to this. So here, right? Here. 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 That's a big difference, you know? But anyway. Yeah, I'm gonna head out though. I gotta head out because I've been streaming for 5 hours. It's been 5 fucking hours. I didn't think it was gonna be this long. I forgot how long these cards can sometimes be. These are 10-round fights and all of them went the distance. One of them was a 12-round fight and it went the distance. But yeah, thank you guys. All right. I will talk to you guys later. My next stream is going to be Wednesday, unless I feel like I can get away with streaming before then maybe I'll do my thing. But yeah, just look at the difference between the fucking gloves, dude. It's insane. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna head out. All right. I don't think there was anything wrong with his wraps either. I think literally I saw what I thought was a blotch of something. It was literally just his palm. So there was nothing wrong with the wraps from what I can see. I want to be fair about it, right? I want to be fair and honest. But thank you guys. All right. I will catch you all later. And yeah, till next time, peace out.